And it's good morning from finals day. The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia nears its thrilling conclusion. A Sunday morning on the west coast of Portugal. And it's all about 6 heats remaining, semis for women and men. And we will be crowning champions today. Massive stakes in terms of qualification for the CT as well. We will be updating those Challenger Series rankings and just keeping an eye on them and looking at all the repercussions of this event and where we are heading to just one more stop to go after this on the CS. That's the morning scene here in Ribeira Dilhaz. We got some surf in the ocean for finals day, and joining me in the studio, 2 men whose love for the art of wave riding is only matched by their passion for broadcasting excellence. Good morning, Ben Mundy and Chris Binns.
Good morning, Paul Evans. What a pleasure, finals day. So excited. Very, very excited.
Binsy, you frothing?
Sure am. We've run on every day of the waiting period so far. Not sure if I've ever been at an event that's had that before, but We're getting it done.
Traveling's all about new experiences.
Oh, there you go. And we've had one this week, so 6 heats to go.
What do we think about the talent that's left in the draw?
You know what I like? I'll give you 3 things. I'll give you a good thing, a bad thing, and a grievance, Paul.
Hit me.
Good thing. There's some a lot of kids in this draw that have come from nowhere. Tia Zabrowski. We've got Joel Vaughan. You know, in the next 3 hours, there's going to be some massive changes in their lives. We're on the cusp of something. I love that. Bad thinging, a lot of the qualifications are kind of already done. We've lost a little bit of the CT drama. That's all right. My grievance, you want to hear it, Paul? It's going to stop in 3 hours. It's going to stop soon. I don't want it to stop. I just want it to keep going and going and going.
Let's have a look at the women's bracket here. We're all set up for semis. We'll feature Sally Fitz, qualified for the championship tour, taking a Noah Clapp, representing Deutschland. The other semi, Kira Pinkerton, who surfed so well, even though she's said she doesn't think this wave matches her surfing. I'm not sure about that. I think it looks great. But of course, that young story of the 13-year-old Tia Zabrowski of France. And a bit of versatility in terms of they've got the experience, we've got the youth as well. Someone is going to have a very good day of surfing here.
Yep, we've got that same mix with the men as well. We've had a couple of lads who've qualified already, a couple of guys who are desperately keen to put themselves in that picture.
From those 4 names, who are we liking?
On the women's side?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Well, I can't go past Fitzgibbons and Zabrowski. 2 ends of the scales.
There's only one winner, Ben.
Yeah, well, I think it might be Zabrowski. I think she's been too good. She's been changing heat. She's been on fire. Massive heat totals. So I think she might take it all the way today.
So my call pre-event, you're just having that, are you?
Well,
okay. Finzi, who do you like?
I said Joel Vaughan and Tia Zabrowski Kira Pinkerton a couple of days ago, and I think I'm going to stick with them.
Let's talk rankings here. There we are. So that's where we're at right now as of this morning.
I mean, it's really interesting. You look at that whole top 10 leaderboard, and there's only one name that's in the semi-finals. That's at the very top, Sally Fitzgibbons. So it's been a strange event in terms of those top elite surfers all having various struggles, and it's these young next crew who've come through. The Kira Pinkerton, way down the list. Noah Clapp's come from nowhere. So it's been a real kind of a tale of upsets. And that's why you still think Fitzgibbons has to be favourite. Just by the virtue of that, she's the highest rated surfer. She's the only one left.
Just 5 spots, of course, for the women. You'd feel like those top 3, they got a little bit of a cushion, but particularly surfers in 4 and 5 could be in trouble here.
I feel like it's the top 4 almost locked in, and then there's probably 6 or 7 surfers who can get that last 5th spot.
Let's turn our attention to the men's bracket and check out our semi-finalists. We had an unbelievable heat go down yesterday to close things out. Just ridiculous numbers going in. And it will be the matchup of Australia versus Brazil in each semi.
Yeah, we've obviously got 3 different combinations. We could have an all-Australian final, an all-Brazilian final, or one of each, basically. So, we had Jacob Wilcox and the Australians haven't done well in terms of the event, but it's been a case of quality, not quantity. So, and, you got Robson and Joel Vaughan, both super pumped. This is going to be a massive result for them. The other 2, Benzie, they're already qualified. I wonder how that's going to affect their motivation.
Well, it didn't seem to affect Sam Pupo's yesterday. Insane performance against Matthias Hurdy, who was second best scoring heat of the event and couldn't get through his heat.
Yeah, I mean, if Sam Pupo surfs like that today, look, you'd feel it'd be impossible to beat. Let's check out the rankings and see where we are on the CS for the men. Top spots going to Pipeline and kicking off the championship tour early in 2025. Ian Gavay is good. He's locked in, as is Samuel Pupo and Alejo Moniz. So that's happened. That's happened here. And then where are we with the rest of this talent? Joel Vaughan making a big stride up and potentially can go deeper.
Yeah, he is so close. Look at that, 18 places he's ranked. And that's what happens when you can come from way down the rankings, have one big result, and he's still got potentially 2 heats to go massive. So, yeah, he's been the biggest improver throughout the whole event. Those top 3 Brazilians all covered off. Miguel Pupo hasn't qualified, but I tell you what, he's so close. So, yeah, it's pretty much Joel Vaughan has been the big mover.
Dominant there, that Brazilian flag, isn't it? A lot of talent from that region locked in.
Yeah, they're just on a mix of veterans, some up-and-coming things like Edgar Grosjean. They're all travelling together. They're all got a good unit. They're all they're feeling great. That Alejo Moniz CT yesterday, you could see how much it meant to all of them, not just for him. I mean, it meant a lot to him. He was in absolute bits, wasn't he? But the whole Brazilian crew are just, they seem like they're on a real roll at the moment.
Let's get down to the call with Travis Logie, find out exactly what's going on.
Good morning, guys. Such a challenging week for our Challenger Series. You've overcome so much, pushing through the fog every single day. Are you happy you overcame that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's finals day. Who would have thought? But we're here and the waves are pretty fun. It's windy, it's challenging, but there's some swell and it's going to build all day and it should improve with the tide as well. So stoked to be here.
What do you think our surfers are going to bring?
Well, it's definitely a great win for airs and high performance stuff. We'll see what the swell does. It's supposed to build through the day. And as I said, we're going to be going towards low tide. So hopefully it just gets more and more rippable and more opportunities. But obviously crazy storylines, qualification potential. So let's keep an eye on it.
Great job on the calls, Trav. Thank you so much for everything you've been doing. We made it. This is it. Finals day. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Garnell. Logie, looks pretty happy. The beanie on today, guys.
Yeah,
business.
That's a bit of wind.
It's finals
bit
day.
of wind chill.
Yeah.
He's just up from the high cap to the low beanie. I like it. Again, he's just always one step ahead.
Let's have a look at our first semi. Check it out. Sally Fitzgibbons going back to the CT. She's locked in. Noah Clapp, what a story it's been from her. And she doesn't seem overawed at all. Just over here cruising, not really on the challenges. They got a spot in the event and has surfed pressure free. And that's when we often see our surfers bringing their very best. She's ripped this one, just sticking with the same equipment throughout, not overthinking the board choice. So far, so good for her. Looks like Sal with a bit of interest here as we get our first real good look at conditions. It's Sally Fitz driving with a wrap into the pocket. And again, and she'll whip those shoulders, throwing spray, and then a little bowl for her. A touch sticky there. She just tries to get over a little bit deeper water, but no real surprises to see Sal on the tools early.
Yeah, staying busy and trying to get some points on the board, build that little bit of scoreboard pressure, and she is away. So a little bit of push to the ocean this morning. The tide will drop, and should be in for some good conditions. There is forecast of wind to come in pretty strong this afternoon, but I imagine will be well done by the time that hits. There's all sorts of action out in the Atlantic at the moment, shaping up to be a massive week for storms and associated swells here in Europe.
Yeah, plenty on the way to fill in through the day. As you can see, there's a bit of wind out there, but this wave, one of the reasons why it's been such a consistent venue down the years, down the decades, really, is just the ability to work on a variety of conditions, whatever we get. Dealing with a bit of that onshore right now. We're having a look at the goofy Noah Clapp. Here she goes, bigger opening section, and a hit off the top, and then finding a little bit of room to swing. She would have liked that wave to go a little more top to bottom. In the end, she kind of joined up the dots pretty well, and she's going to answer the opening wave of Sally Fitzgibbons, a youngster here with a real shot at doing something massive early in her career. She wins this heat, she's in the final, potentially massive, Binsey.
Yeah, I mean, making the final and claiming the scalp of a veteran like Sally Fitzgibbons would be huge for Noah Clapp. She surfs for Germany. She lives in Malibu in California. And it's obviously no stranger to running backhand rights. And she's put her backhand to work pretty nicely on her opener. First score in for Sally Fitzgibbons was a 3.17. Still waiting on the number to come in for this wave of Noah's.
Yeah, it gets a little extension up on that white water. It's not an easy section to hit at times. So there's our Portuguese flag showing us that the wind's coming a little bit from the south as well as the west. So to the left, as you look out to sea here, could well be an air wind for surfers that do want to rotate on this running right. There will be sections to pop as we see Sal just gather herself on the inside. So both of these two deciding just to get into it. Beginning of the heat. What happened to Sal here?
I think it might just be this one turn. She's got plenty of body English through that one. High moment of drama, but just the one turn, and she is out of there.
So Sal, a quick click for her. Will be a second score. It's going to count for the time being. I'm not sure either of these numbers will be still within a total in 24 minutes time when we know who's going to be our first finalist at the moment. But you think about the experience of Sal down the years. How many times has she surfed in semis, and that process of being able to kind of deliver the energy, give it that sort of mental concentration as well. For Noah Clapp, this is something of a voyage into the unknown, you'd guess.
Yeah, and so far, Doesn't seem to be showing too many effects of the pressure or anything like that. Much like Tia Zabrowski in the next heat, for a 13-year-old, just has not shown any signs of any pressure being on her shoulders this week. Why not? She's young, she's got nothing to lose and everything to gain here at Ribeira.
A little wide paddle from this pair. Sally with second prio. She'll have a little look. No, not interested in that one. That's white. Just dribble. That one will just not hit the reef as it should. A little bit of energy on the outside there. This might interest Noah Clapp. Let's see if she can put herself in the spot here. You can see that lip line with a little bump to it. This tide will continue to go out. It'll get shallow. Will be some sections to hit with some good impacts, particularly backhand. There's a nice bottom turn. Really nice first turn. And again, straight into a deep bottom turn. And just sort of digs in there with the toes. And on that particular maneuver, the bottom turn's nice and crisp from her. She whips up into the lip and a little snap on dry reef.
Yeah, well, you'd think that's going to threaten being the best wave of the heat so far. Sally Fitzgibbons with a 3.17 and a 4.33 is in the lead. Noah Clapp has a 4.17. Sal now sitting out the back with priority.
So going all the way to that inside there shows just how much it means. Wanted all points possible. Trying to squeeze everything out of that ride. You saw her just check the fins. It looks like she might change balls, actually.
All right, here's the replay. Here's that big bottom turn you were talking about, Paul. Almost looks like she's grabbing the rail on the bottom of that one. And transfers all that energy up into the lip. Throws plenty of spray as a result. Got another bonus inside section there. Had to eject rather quickly before the rocks came into play, but strong surfing from Noah Clapp, and this is definitely going to be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, good energy, good impetus, and this is actually the same bull she's been riding all week. That Spine Tech. And flicks the finish in there as it gargles right up the reef. Good numbers in for Noah. We'll just appreciate this one more time. The combo off the top, off the bottom is rewarded from the panel to the tune of 6 points. So a little bit of quality there from the German. That is going to feel nice from her. The use of priority. She waited, let a couple go through that didn't have much, and then was good enough to identify that wave. And sharp surfing. Meanwhile, speaking of which, driving, Sally Fitz. Good size on this wave. Good speed from Sal into the lip. And smacks that tail. Gets a little drift as well through the lip line. So a good reply from the veteran, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Dad Martin watching on. He's happy with that one. So you look at Sally's last wave as a 4.33 for the one turn. She's pretty much done a facsimile of that on the end of that wave. Plus, we've got a little bit before it, so you'd expect this score to go a little bit higher. It's an open face carve, but she did push it, throw a little bit of water before she came up dramatically into the lip, up and over that one. So this is going to really tighten things up. 5.85 the requirement, 20 minutes to run. And we're going to have a very even ball game on our hands when this score drops in for Sal.
Getting the extension. There's quite a lot of arms in that turn, maybe more than board. Let's see where it goes numbers-wise. Here's Noah Clapp. Little high line from her. There's that bottom turn. That's really nice. And you see on the backhand, she can just give it a bit more of a crack, particularly with these kind of conditions. A little bit of bump from the wind. You'll get these sudden, steep sections at the top of the wave, right next to that lip line. She found it here, Binzi. Look at this stuff.
Oh. We've got a bit of a battle in our hands right now.
Nice air drop out of it as well. Meanwhile, more live action. Here goes Sal off the top. And in full flow, Fitzgibbons on the inside. Really nice turn. Gets good release again. So these two up in the ante here. We'll have a score for each of them. Sally will have 2 numbers to come, actually. Let's see where this puts us. But this one's fired up with these exchanges. This is fun.
Yeah, so Speed Burn flying down the line, deals with some white water. That was a crisp turn. Didn't push it too hard so she could come around and crunch the end section. 2 turns for Sal. She's out there. Was that a little bit of a shoulder dippy, droppy vogue thing there from Sal? Didn't mind it. It was crisp, pushing her pang through its paces. Sal's had a pretty interesting resume of shapers making her equipment over the years, starting with, well, she might have been with DHD way back in the day, Firewire for a long period. She was on the JS's. She was on the Sharp Eyes. Now on the Pangs. Hasn't stopped in the quest to find the perfect plank for under her feet. Last score in for Sally Fitzgibbons, a 5.17, so not enough for the lead. She now needs a 5.01. Noah Clapp still has a score to come, as does Sal. 18 minutes to go. Well, we had a bit of an embarrassing moment this morning. I probably should have knocked before I walked in, but found you watching some pretty hardcore longboarding. Where are you off to next?
Just a small matter of the WSL longboard finals in El Salvador.
There you go.
Yeah, Elson Zhao, the long-running right-hander, site of the event that was on the longboard tour last year. But yeah, finals day. Got the finals day format. Got a 6-day waiting period. Looks like it might kick off relatively early in that waiting period as well.
And it's a single-day affair, much like
just like
Final
finals
Five?
on the CT. Yeah, it's 8 surfers though.
Okay.
So just increase the field a little bit. Here's final preparations for TT. There she is with her crew. Thomas Fernandez, the local coach. Yann Martin from Ripkel. Also Thomas Malem, her coach, who's working with a lot of the French surfers down here. So she's got a bit of a committee there, giving her advice, just making sure she's going through the process of winning heats. She's got that pretty dialed in, and this is going to be a fun one against Kira. Numbers in for Sal, 6.5. So Sally goes to the lead with that combo. We mentioned from the body language, she looked like she was feeling it, particularly that second turn, got that little extra release, just a little bit more speed and flow between the maneuvers as well. So a good number here. Clapp got a 5, so she improved. And this one's pretty tight. There's 0.67 of a point between them. So Noah Clapp with priority, and her next move will be trying to find something to the tune of 5, 6, 8. That's the number. I think she'll be looking for 6s and 7s, certainly. In terms of the surfing she's done, the potential we've already seen out there. There's a bit of energy, Binsey, which we like. And here's some motion from Sal. And she goes trucking down the line on a bit of a wobbly one. So just staying in motion there, Sal. She'll pop out in the channel a little wider down the reef. Then Noah will hold down that priority, and it'll be an important decision what she does next, Noah Clapp. Let's see if she's going to sit there and think about it, or she'll get straight onto it. So into this one. First turn, little check snap. And again, it's a little bit on the face. She hasn't really found lip yet on this one. Just slashing there, but again, a little side to side until the end section, which is a bit more in the lip, but maybe not the speediest or most impactful maneuver. So perhaps not exactly the wave she was hoping for. Interesting choice to go that one, not to wait for a little while with Prio there.
Noah's Malibu mate, Taro Watanabe, watching on closely. See how Noah's handling this one. 15.5 minutes to go. Has left the door open for Sal. She now has priority. Both surfers with a 4, a 5 and a 6 to their name, but in each instance, Sal with slightly the higher score. She's ahead by 2/3 of a point at the halfway mark of this heat. Here is the replay of Noah's last wave. So rhythmically going through the motions on her backhand, pushing plenty of water, gets a little bit out of drift, out of the tail. You know, there's advantages and disadvantages to being on your backhand. It is easy to get into that rhythm and just hook one turn after another. Maybe it's a little bit tougher to bring a little bit more variety on the table to the table, because the forehanders can play around with the lip a little bit more. So definite points of difference between Sally Fitzgibbons and Noah Clapp as we enter the second half of this heat. Number to come in for the German.
Yeah, still waiting for that score. Let's see if it threatens the numbers in terms of the 5, the low score, the 6, the backup. Didn't feel like the wave was as good, certainly as the 6, but let's see where the judges put it. 14 on the clock here. And slightly gloomy skies, but plenty of energy coming out the ocean that will be picking up throughout the day here. The tide going out as well, so we'll have favourable part with shallow water out on the reef, and it'll just broaden out the playing field as well, just stretch out the sections of this long point that can be ridden by our surfers here. So
chance for possible multiple sections down on the inside with get a little bit more size coming in surface without priority. They may be able to go down the end of the wave. Numbering for Noah is an improvement, 5.43, not quite what she needed though. So she comes up 0.2 of a point short. Still looking for the 5.68, improving your backup score. Although it adds to your total, doesn't actually help in terms of getting in the first place, which is what she's going to need to do in the next 13 minutes if she wants to go to her first ever final on the Challenger Series, the first Challenger Series event. What a moment it is.
Huge.
You go around the world, if you're following the tour and you'd love to get to the semis and a result like that, and then the young German Noah Klapp manages to go on an absolute tear in Portugal. Whatever happens in this heat, she's on for a banging result here. It's finals day in Portugal on the Challenger Series at the moment. Sally Fitz already qualified for the tour. She's in the lead in this one. More live action from Ericeira right after the break. Welcome back to final day at Ribeira Dilhaz. It's the EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia. Out in the water right now, the veteran from Australia, Sally Fitzgibbons with the lead in this. The youngster from California representing Germany, Noah Klapp. She's not a long way back right now, chasing just a 5.68. Priority is with Sal. She'll use it here, live action. Fitzgibbons swooping into the bowl, banks one off the top, gets that release of the tail, and then carving up in the pocket again, opening up, using the rail, keeping it nice and sharp, and just throwing up buckets of spray with a little bit of upper body thrown in as well. So start running a little bit out of steam through that middle part of the wave, but good turn done out the back. And Sal, really, this is exactly the sort of thing you'd expect her to be doing at this stage, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a kinked back knee, some flair in that last turn, and then some pure power in the next. Carving our way down the line, a little bit of a bobble there, but that's not going to matter in the grander scale of things. That's going to be a very solid wave for Ms. Fitzgibbons from Jiroa on the south coast of New South Wales. A few hours drive south of Sydney. Beautiful part of the world, wave rich. Pretty hardcore surfing community down that way as well. That was the moment, wasn't it? Drift of the tail, bringing out that variety that I mentioned that the natural footers have a little bit more of at their disposal here at Ribeira. 9 minutes 15 to run. This might just make things a little bit tougher for Noah Klapp when it drops in. After midnight in the States, in California right now, so to all Noah Klapp's friends and family tuning in at home, you guys are legends for being up late on a Saturday night to support your surfer, and to Noah Klapp's German contingent of backers. Enjoy your breakfast.
What's the latest you've got up to watch surfing broadcast, Binzi?
Oh, I pull an all-nighter for the finals every year.
Dedication, mate.
I've got a TV in the spare room now, so often I might doze through slower moments.
Ooh, well, hang on. What? Slower moments?
2 a.m., you know, lull. See you later. But
speaking of a good number coming in for Sal, does get that improvement. 677. Turning the screw here, piling on the pressure. Classic Fitzgibbons is what we expect her to do with priority. She uses it, she adds to her score. So, Noah Clapp now. Let's see what she can do. She needs a bigger number. She's got priority. She'll need to use it wisely here. There was just one kind of error that she made in this heat. She's using that priority on a slightly, that's an okay wave, but it's never really looked like one of the more energetic waves coming through. So let's see how she goes about trying to find 727. She can see as this swell builds throughout the day, some energy on the outside reef. Sal keeps surfing, it looks like. She's found something on the inside, chin on the stringer for the paddle, and then on the front foot in terms of heading down the line with speed. That wave will just crumble and run. Meanwhile, here's Clapp on the backhand, on the takeoff, and a quick out. She'll hang on to prio. It looks like Sal's down the wave. She had a quick look to make sure, to identify that's not the wave. She'll get priority again soon. There we go. Energy out the back. She needs to be pretty careful here with the wave selection, you feel.
yeah, I feel like Sally's was an interesting one. Nothing came of it, but she clearly was eyeing off a ramp down the line. So will we see Sally Fitzgibbons take to the air? Perhaps even just warming up, you know, to try that out and see if it might be something she'll call on in the final, if that's how it's going to play out. We saw Tia Zabrowski yesterday turn her quarterfinal, you know, with one wave. She got an outrageous air reverse in and went from second to the lead in a matter of minutes. Sally's got that in her armoury as well.
Oh, here we go. Noah trying to get wide for this one. Actually decides not to go.
Wise call.
Yeah, well, so we saw a couple of sets stand up, bigger waves, but really just apex on the reef and then shoulder. And then that one doubled up all the way across. So she wants something in between those two, essentially. She wants a runner, but it looks like we've seen plenty more energy come through as the swell builds throughout finals day here in Ericeira, Portugal. She likes this. So a little double up section for the takeoff.
Oh.
And gets the takeoff wrong.
Oh, yeah, there might have been a few factors there. Nerves, under 6 minutes to go, needing a score in the semi-final of a Challenger Series event. It wasn't the cleanest of waves, a little bit late to the party, and then just that chop and bump in the face. And unfortunately for Noah Clapp, takes a dive with 5 minutes 30 remaining.
She'll get back in the lineup with time, but it will be Sally's priority. Noah Clapp, just have to just forget about that if possible. Just wipe that. Didn't happen, essentially. Just get back out there, still think about that wave that she needs, sort of surfing she needs to do, and not be rattled. But just a couple of mistakes from her. That one priority use, and then falling off there. And Sally Fitzgibbons, she's not really someone that's going to let you make too many errors in the heat. 5 on the clock. Let's check the recap of our first semi.
Yeah, so this is Noah Clapp. She came out of the gates all guns blazing with a 6 to move into the lead and apply a little bit of pressure, but if we know anything about Sally Fitzgibbons, she doesn't feel pressure. She relishes a challenge. And at the semi-final level of a Challenger Series, a 6 is about as low as you want to have in your scoreline if you're to try and make the final. Kicking the fins from Sal, bit of style as she rides out of that one. She's throwing away a 4 and a 5. She's holding on to a pair of high 6s. And this is how she's done it. Plenty of variety, plenty of push and power on her forehand, finding the running waves and linking together a ton of turns. Here she goes once again.
Live action, Sally Fitz with speed, with some steepness on the face, skids the tail, and then the foam climb down the line again. Just driving that board back to the pocket. It'll get steep again in here in another section for her to tee off on. And a similar sort of turn that she's been using throughout this heat. Let's see where that one goes numbers-wise. Looking to apply ever more pressure on the German. Here we go.
That was a big wind-up for this first turn. Wow, big bucket of spray, release the tail, almost a semi-layback kind of jam out of the top of that one. And then a lot of setup work to get to the end section. The wave at Ribera kept pushing, kept running, and allowed Sally to rattle off a couple of more quick turns. But yeah, all the scoring will be from this first jam. Drops the other shoulder, a little bit of drift out of the tail. Nice little moment of drama before the fins reconnect for Sal. It's a 6.3, doesn't go into her top two, but you can see she's throwing away a 6 and a 5. That 6 would be pretty handy in Noah's score right now. Would narrow her requirement, but not to be. There is her requirement. She's chasing a 7.27 with 3 minutes remaining.
Noah Clapp having a look here. She'll have priority. And just about 3 minutes to try and use it. She'll clarify essentially the task at hand. It's to get the biggest score of the heat. She'll need to add about half a point on to Sal's high score. So she'll be hoping for multiple sections. You would have thought she can get something really steep, get into that rhythm and just kind of whack it vertically. Go straight into that really crisp, deep bottom turn that she's got. She can do that. She's well on her way to that 7 that she needs this. She will need a wave to try and do that though. Sally will make her way back to the peak with, well, a lot of her work done towards a final, another final in a glittering career. An icon of the sport, Sally Fitz, and rejuvenated again on the Challenger Series and relishing the challenge. Going around the world, some different venues from the Championship Tour. Good enough to get that qualification done before the last event in Brazil. So she'll be absolutely delighted by being out of focus. I imagine she's already thought about what she wants to do on the CT next year to make sure she stays on the right side of the cut. And her mind will definitely feel that she's got the surfing worthy of being in contention for a final 5 spot and the world title. That's why surfers want to go to the CT. Surfers like Sal, definitely not there to make up the numbers. Right now, she's heading to the final, 90 on the clock. The German still looking for this 7.27. We've got waves out the back here, Binzi. This could be the last opportunity. Looks like one of the bigger sets we've seen throughout the morning. It will get here in time just about. Noah Clapp wants to know what time it is, essentially. A little bit of that onshore might make it tricky for our beach announcers' voices to get there. She does just about have time. Will she find a wave?
Well, she's going to have to look at either this one or the one behind. You'd imagine she's a little bit deep here. It's the second wave in the second to present. It's a white watery affair. And she turns her nose up at that one as well inside the last minute. Paul, some Sally trivia. Rookie year on tour?
2005.
9. Where'd she finish?
Second.
5th. Did she win Rookie of the Year?
No.
Coco Ho 4th. Very good. Who won the world title?
2009. Stephanie Gilmore.
Well played, sir. So 15 years later, Sal requalifies. Don't think you'd be able to call her a rookie next year, but she'll bring that rookie enthusiasm to...
Oh, she's got energy to match any of that young generation for sure. She's got the surfing too. She's getting to the final here. Doesn't look like we'll get away for Noah Clapp.
Siren goes, and it sounds the end of Noah Clapp's beautiful run through the EDP Ericeira Pro. 3rd place finish. First ever Challenger event?
First ever Challenger event. Unbelievable finish for Noah Clapp. 3rd place in Portugal. Brilliant surfing by her, but you have to say Sally Fitz just pure class again and managing to up her scores throughout that one. Surf really smart, great use of priority, always adding to her total and showing us what she's got to come back for the final and maybe go all the way for a win here. We'll keep it going with our second semi for the women. We'll bring in a very special guest into the studio too. Monday will be back for the call with Chico. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Ericeira. There is Sally Fitzgibbons. She is stoked. She's in the final. Top seed, just motoring through. Already qualified for 2025. Now just trying to ice the cake. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves. And we've got a big guest appearance here from Isabella Nichols. Bella, thanks for taking the time for coming in. Had a bit of a loss yesterday in the quarterfinals. But it's so awesome to have you in because I think you woke up to some good news last night. What news have you got for us?
I did. The best news possible. I've qualified for 2025 CT, so super stoked.
Congratulations!
Thank
you. We didn't quite know. We thought if you had to get through the heat yesterday, there was a chance you would have done it definitely, but now you found out, and mate, what a roller coaster. But it's been a big year. But how do you feel now?
It's been a lot for sure, and I'm pretty stoked that I've wrapped it up before Brazil started, because last year was a bit of trauma sitting on the beach for finals day, and I definitely didn't want to be in that same position. But yeah, yesterday's heat was good fun, and Tia was absolutely ripping, and I'm super stoked for her. I can't wait to see how she does today. But to cement that win would have been nice for the confidence and knowing that I'd qualified. But yeah, to wake up to this news, I'm so stoked.
Yeah, well done. And yeah, Tia Zabrowski, you started off really well in the heat. You got the 8, didn't you, yesterday? But this young surfer, I mean, how is it to see? You've been around a little while. You got some experience. You're still young. You still got a big career ahead of you. But to see a 13-year-old come on the scene, what's it like to see a fresh talent like this just emerge, sort of in real time like this?
It's pretty crazy, honestly. I surfed with her a bit through Bells 2 years ago when she was there for the Rip Curl Grum Search. And in the last year, she's grown so much, and she's become a little woman. She's really strong and powerful, and seeing her through this event, I'm so impressed. The future is looking really, really bright. It's exciting to watch. Yeah,
and she's up against Kira Pinkerton, another surfer, Chico, who's been really, really strong the whole event. She's done a lot of those closeout re-entries. She seems to be fitting the wave well, and she seems to be in a real groove. Probably the best I've seen her surf for quite some time.
Yeah, she said she's on. She's has put into time to focus on her surfing over the last year. And she said she's into surfing again, and that she had a bit of a time to think if she wanted to compete or not. But now she's fully focused. And yeah, when you put your head down to something, it tends to be good for you. So she's doing well, and I think it goes to show the hard work she has been doing behind the scenes. So Kira there with a bit of a start, and this is Tia.
Yeah, here's Tia Zabrowski coming around the corner. First turn, trademark now already, but just gets a little bit soft on the inside. As you said, the power she's got is amazing. And now, Bella, I mean, I know it's so fresh and it's so new, but God, how much time do you give yourself off before you start thinking about the CT next year? Do you take a bit of a break, or are you straight back onto it? It must be a difficult process.
Yeah, but this was Tia. Nice drift of the fins there. That's the kind of the trademark Tia does all the time, right? She just always pushes those fins cheeky fins a bit more, and always gives a bit of an extra each turn.
Yeah, speaking of extra turns, hold that thought. We're going to go down to the beach. We've got Sally Fitzgibbons down there on the beach.
Thank you very much, guys. Sally, congratulations.
Benzie, yeah, it's a bit of a wild morning. Coming down, there's no fog, but we've got the leading edge of the storm here, so swell's picking up, and but it's got all that jumble in it. It reminds me a lot of some beach breaks at home on the onshore, and it's kind of conditions I really love when no one's out there, so kind of channeled that. And then yeah, just really stoked to be here and really focused on these individual matchups, like coming up against Noah. I've watched this so much through the World Surfing Games. Such a good surfer, and really has great wave selection and big turns, so kind of just working out how to best play these opponents, and it just gets the adrenaline going every time.
So what do you do now before the final?
I'm going to keep an eye on these couple of heats, because swell's sort of building, and try and eye it off. So it's the best spot to be in the lineup, as you've said in the commentary. It's just such a big scope, big lineup. So just enjoying my time, just that whole mapping it all out in the process, and having Dad on the beach and Mum back home. So I feel all the love and the team behind me, and it's been a great week so far. So hopefully go out there and just attack and have fun.
Got an eye on the NRL Grand Final this morning?
Oh, I got no team. I've got no skin in the the game, but it's always a good time back home. Hope everyone's enjoying the long weekend, the sport action. So it's it's good Aussie spirit channeling that, and hopefully go all the way in the final.
All right, well, you got one more heat in Portugal before we see you again next year here in the CT. So good luck in the final.
Oh, I can't wait, and all the support on the beach. This is such a surf mecca, and love coming back over 20 years. So big thanks to everyone on the line and here on the beach.
Go get him, Sal. Back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thanks, Binzi. Sal, she's just never off, is she? She's always on. She's been doing this for so long, and the infection, the energy, Bella. How does she do it? How does she keep it up?
Oh, I love that woman so much. She inspires me every day. Like every time I see her post-heat interviews, it just gets me psyched to go surfing. She's an eternal grom, and I mean, anyone who's passed her on the street knows that she shares that infectious energy with anyone that she meets, and she always has time for absolutely anybody that says hi. So she's an amazing role model. I looked up to her as I was starting surfing, and she was already on the CT, and now I'm competing against her, and yeah, we're both going back to the CT 2025. So.
Yeah, bring it on. Now here he goes, Zabrowski. There's a nice little carve in the pocket. That rail game has been strong all week now. She just waits the time. Nice little click off the top, looking for an answer down the bottom, and just clicked it off. So I might get Bella to just go through that one, but yet again, probably playing a bit more competitive smarts, just getting a score on the board and surfing well.
Yeah,
she doesn't seem to get rattled, does she? Even though she's so young, like even with you, she was in a bit of a hole. She just comes up swinging.
Yeah, see this little pocket turn that she has on dial, she has it down so well. Like it's so hard out here. You don't realise how hard it is to actually get a turn in the pocket. I've been finding a lot of open face where I can do carves, but she's managed to find some really steep sections that she can click, and it has a lot of impact out here because you don't see it too often. So I feel like that's a point of difference she has, and Kira obviously has those big power turns up her sleeve, so if she gets a bigger wave, she can really showcase her power. So it'll be a good battle.
Yeah, absolutely, Chico. And yesterday she sort of added that progression to it as well, which is another string to her bow she's got. So she's such a all-round surfer. You're not quite sure what she's going to do. She's got a trademark. She's got like her things are locked, but then she can go to the air as well, huh? It's like incredible.
I feel like she's. I'm going to hold that thought.
Yeah, hold that thought. Pinkerton out the back, trying to fight back. San Clemente surfer, just going down the line. Just gets a little bit late to that section and goes down. So just a little bit, couldn't quite get that. The wind's coming in now from the southwest direction, so it's pretty strong onshore. And Kira just couldn't quite get the ending she wanted. But yeah, Zabrowski's she's got it all.
Yeah, I feel like she surfs on. I'm going to hold that thought again. Let's just see this replay. But yeah, nice snap there. As you said, the wave was just really hard to surf. A lot of like waves in the face of the wave, and when that happens, it's really hard to get a clean turn in. But I feel like Tia has been surfing differently than anyone this event, just because the way she does the bottom turns, she doesn't hold the line all the way through the bottom. She goes a bit like horizontal, and then she gets really quick to that tight pockety section, which is when you surf with longer lines, it's harder to find them unless you get like a really, really good wave. So she's keeping it a bit short, and that helps her in Ribeira Dias. I think, I don't know if you agree with me, Bella.
Definitely.
I'm trying to analyze what actually made the difference for surfing this event.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard place to pick the right wave out here. Some of them look like they're going to wall up and they don't, and vice versa, which is the hard part. They don't look like they will, and they do, and you look down the line and you kick yourself because you're like, I should have gone that way. So I've really found it quite fun trying to dissect this wave. Over the past few years, it's been tough for me. But this year I feel like I'm starting to understand the lineup and what waves to look for. But yeah, once you think you understand it, it changes again, and it's all part of the fun.
Yeah, exactly. You think you got it on lock, yeah, and then
you come back next year, it's offshore and a different angle, and it's just like
Ribeiro always gets you in the end, basically, doesn't it? And seeing it there, and you know, for Tia, who's so young, she's still learning the lineup and will do over the course of the year. But I was saying about that qualifying now, Bella, and yeah, when do you start to switch on for next year? Is that something you're already thinking of, or just going to give yourself a bit of time and just a little bit of a stress-free life for a little while, I'd imagine?
I mean, it's been a long year, so I feel like I might take a week or two off when I get home, go camping or decompress. I'm not sure, but the hard part is the turnaround's quite quick, and it looks like next year's going to be back to back to back to back. So I just want to get in as much work as I possibly can, and I love it. It's not it's not something I don't enjoy. Here we see Tia.
Yeah, Tia, first turn, nice again, but just goes down.
But yeah, I mean, I think I'll probably get straight back into the gym when I get home and start working on 2025 relatively soon. If I can go on some trips to some barreling waves, get ready for pipe, or yeah, I'm just enjoying the moment now. Hopefully Brazil's a little bit more stress-free. Obviously, I have high expectations for myself. I want to do well there, but I'm definitely going to be going over there feeling a little bit more at ease.
Yeah, and I suppose obviously with the cut, it's, you know, you don't get a whole, it's a short compressed time and you've really got to make your mark. Obviously you fell off last year. Is there anything you learned from that sort of lesson, that, you know, that short compressed CT season at the start? Is there anything you might do differently in 2025 or?
Yeah, I think pacing yourself, like not going out too hard. Listening to your body is one that I really learned. I got sick quite a lot last year because I was just trying to force things. And here comes a set. But yeah, just listening to my body is the main thing, and enjoying the process, no matter how corny that sounds.
Yep. Okay. Here goes Pinkerton. She's late drop. First turn is always pretty crucial here. She goes around, a little click off the top, looks for some open face, does a foam climb instead, and that wave just not quite delivering. So the scores, we've already had a 5.4 from Zabrowski, was her best wave. Kira is trying to improve on a 4.5 and a 2.57. Just can't find that open face at the moment, Shiko. She got 2 turns in. They were a little bit scrappy.
Well, when she paddled to that wave, it looked like a good one, but then again, she had like a wave in between on the face of the wave, and I think it's just because of the wind. Sometimes with this wind, it's really hard to find a clean wave. She got up there a bit late into this one, and again, but she was able to finish that wave. I don't think it's going to be a big number, but yeah, she did well to not fall, which is the main goal of competing, I guess, but the wave wasn't that good, so yeah, she needs to go back and try to find a better one.
And you talk about the changing conditions at this wave, which is always difficult, but with a building swell, Isabella, like it's another, it's actually changing all the time. Each set might be getting a little bit bigger, so that's another way they've got to factor that into, even the space of half an hour. It could get bigger during that heat.
Yeah, and not only that, like the tides change so rapidly here. So on the low tide, I found that it breaks on that little wide bowl, and with a bit more swell, it pushes through there really nicely, but sometimes too much if there's too much swell. So finding a nice 2-turn wave might become a little difficult today, but that's all part of the fun.
Yeah, exactly. Especially,
it's even more fun to try to find them.
Fun, yeah.
If they are there, just like easy to catch, is just not that fun.
Exactly. There's still plenty of opportunities out there.
Yeah,
like
that's why we held on today, because the increase in swell, more opportunities for the finals. It looks like this one's cupping out in the bowl. Zabrowski looks at it, can't quite get it. So that was a set that broke a bit on the inside. So there you go. It is hard to get positioning. We'll see if that was a paddle. The surf is pretty close by.
I think if we analyze like everyone that caught good waves here, they kind of like when the set is coming, they don't paddle as fast to the left. They get caught by the first one, and they're on the sweet spot for the second one, which is always good. But if you paddle too much to the left, you're just outside of that zone to catch it. So
yeah, and they become a little bit fat off the end here.
Okay, here goes Kira again. So without priority, she's caught this wave. A nice carving jam in the first turn. Another cut back, a bit more open face here. She's just waiting for it. It doesn't stand up. So interesting. Just trying to keep chipping away. Sometimes that's the best policy. Just keep riding waves, keep hoping for the best. Zabrowski being a bit more patient out the back. She's also been on a roll, Tia. Like she's won 3 qualifying series events in Europe, and then come here. She hasn't lost a heat in about 3 months.
What a weapon!
Have you ever been on that sort of a roll where you just, you once you start winning, it becomes almost a habit?
I haven't. No, I mean that must be a nice feeling, especially at 13 years old. I mean, yeah, what she's doing is incredible. Like I said before, I'm at a point now in my career where seeing people women come through like this, I'm so excited to watch what the future looks like.
Yeah, the future's looking pretty bright. But while we're having a little bit of a lull in proceedings, we're going to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Welcome back to the booth, and we've got some live action here in the semi-finals. We have had a chat. We've got Bella Nichols in the booth. She's coming up with all sorts of insights, I've got to say, now that she's newly qualified for the CT in 2025, and now she come and shares some insights about, you know, this particular semi-final. Bit of a slow semi so far. Bella, what can we expect in the last 11 minutes? We'll see a replay here. Let's talk us through this wave for me, please.
Yeah, this one's a nice bowly little wave. Wow, yeah, she picked the eyes out of the conditions. Those 2 turns in the pocket were great. And if she finishes this off, might even get another turn on the end. Yeah, that was a really good wave to solidify her position in this heat. And I'd say that would be the best wave of the heat so far. I'm no judge, but yeah, she's really picking the eyes out of it, isn't she?
Yeah, at the moment, getting another good score. So 11 minutes to go. She's getting closer and closer to that final. What a matchup it's going to be, Chico, potentially, if it's Sally Fitzgibbons, a veteran, the icon of the sport, up against a, you know, one of the, you know, the new sort of super talents of surfing. So, you know, and this is what these events throw up, doesn't it? You know, all the contrasts, and we might be able to see something special in the final if Dabrowski can get through this.
Yeah, she's on her way to. That last one looks like it's going to be the best number of the heat so far. But yeah, I think Tia is going to be really hard to beat, in my opinion, just because she can really readjust the surfing, and she has a bit of a young spice into her surfing, so sometimes that's really hard to match. We saw guys like coming up like Philippe, Gabrielle, all like Caitlin, like there's like moments in surfing history you just see people popping up, and it's really hard to beat them, and they are that good, and it just got to accept, you know, like
100%.
And then after a few events you're like they're on another level. Let's just relax about her winning.
Here she goes. So this is without priority, sitting wide, so once again reading the ocean so well.
Wow.
And doing big turns. So yeah, really incredible surfing, mature surfing. We were talking just in the booth before, like, you know, 13, what were we doing when we were 13? I mean, Shika, that was for you. That was like 40, 50 years ago for you. But, you know, like, we weren't doing this, weren't we? We were on, you know, it's just incredible to think. She's so young and so powerful, Bella. It's kind of blowing my mind.
It's crazy, honestly. I can't wait to see where she goes. Even in the next, like, year or two, I feel like that's the real developmental stage. That was a crazy tail blow. For a 13-year-old, I know we keep reiterating her age, but it's hard to believe that she's 13.
I know, it is. We get stuck in that loop of just keep talking about just what a talent, how young she is. But yeah, Shika, you were saying you were playing Pokemon, weren't you? You had a little Game Boy. And
I've got someone on the booth that is on my team as well.
Yeah, and
Bella really loves Pokemon. So
I may or may not have a Pikachu tattoo on my ankle.
In new news, Bella has got a Pikachu tattoo. I can confirm it, and it's also another thing that's kind of blown my mind. But anyway, you know, we're living and learning. We're getting to know each other.
Spontaneous decisions, you know, all the fun ones.
Yeah, the best ones, and it doesn't last long.
It does. Just a lifetime.
I actually knew she had the tattoo.
Did you?
I saw her in the car park, and that's why I said I love Game Boy. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I like to show you my ankles. I got a unicorn right above it too.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But the one, yeah, that's actually.
That's an old one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
That's an old one.
Great.
Yeah, I'm a kid at heart.
All sorts of
27, but 13 at heart.
13 at heart, like Sally. Eternal Grom. And we've got the Eternal Grom out there. Now, Kira, okay, so the scores are coming in. Back to the serious business. A 7-point ride for that last blowtail. And yet again, Shigo, what we've seen Tia do all through event is turn heats in the space of 2 or 3 minutes, get 2 back-to-back waves and like smash it out of the park. It must be so hard for the opponent to know that she can change a game so quickly.
Well, I think she has a good read on the lineup. I don't know, but there's events where you just have that rhythm and everything goes your way, and I feel like this is one of the events that Tia just has that kind of like mojo going with her, and she gotta accept the good energies the ocean is giving her, because it's not usual that every heat that you catch 2 good ones here in Ribera. I really catch a good one, and then the backup, it's the problem. It takes a while for you to find one, but yeah, I feel like she has all that good energy and that connection with the waves right now.
How was it as an opponent? I mean, she did get the best of you yesterday, Bella, but like when your opponent gets 2 waves like back to back and sort of changes it, what do you got to do yourself to try and just try and overcome that? It must be a difficult situation not to be, not get too down on yourself.
Yeah, well, firstly, it's really hard competing against people like her because, like, she can turn a 5 into an 8, like she did yesterday. So you really have to make good decisions out there, and I don't know, it's very difficult to defend someone like that. Right. And I guess going into the heat, you kind of have to know that she'll be dropping 2 big scores, and with that in mind, like, you have to be on the best waves to beat people like Tia. So I think you just have to adjust your game plan accordingly, and yeah.
What's the event you're most looking for when you're back on tour?
The reason why I wanted to qualify was for the snapper contest.
Oh, I thought it was like El Salvador.
Well, I love El Sal, but the first year I qualified was COVID year, and snapper got cancelled, and that would have been my first event on tour, and that's where I live now. So it was really hard for me to grasp, and when I heard that snapper was on tour next year, that was a big motivating factor for me to get back on. So, but yeah, I mean, sounds like there'll be a few right-hand point breaks on tour next year, which I won't be too upset about.
Yeah, right up your street, isn't it? Those smooth right-hand points. So we're going to have a heat recap. Just go through how we've got to this position. We currently have Zabrowski out in front with a pretty commanding lead, and Pickerton needing some big numbers, or at least maybe in the combination she gave it. Kira started off well, just hasn't been able to get those open face to do her trademark carves so far.
Yeah, I think today with the swelling we have on end is just a question of speed and the speed you can generate to make big turns, and Tia just caught waves that really allow her to open up and have some creep a bit more spice into it, and Kira has been trying to find speed until now, and yeah, I feel like he is just on the money with the waves. And waves she's speaking.
Yeah, and Bella, we talk about this top turn that she's got.
It's amazing, yeah, and it really starts from the bottom turn, like you were saying before, it's not extending the bottom turn too much and making it a little bit more shallow, so she has the option to go really wherever she wants in the lip.
Yeah, and I think we might be seeing quite a bit of that top turn over the next few years as she finds her feet. That's her father, who was a professional snowboarder, grew up in Tahiti, which is not the ideal snowboarding location, but he's...
That's it would be like a game, like you'd say, like,
yeah,
I was born in, I was born in, I don't know, Portugal, and I'm, I don't know, something in Japan, He's just like on the other side of the world.
Yeah, it's crazy. His grandparents, both had French grandparents in the French Alps and some in America, so he did discover snowboarding when he was 13 and then just had a real natural talent for it. So the point being, her mum's also a professional snowboarder as well, so I suppose that helps a little bit, doesn't it? They've got that athlete gene in the family. Sometimes you're passing on that sport sort of DNA has got to help as well, I reckon.
Definitely, yeah, and obviously the work ethic too, that gets passed down as well. So yeah, she seems really determined and she knows what she wants at a young age.
Yeah.
Might be really interesting to have that all that competitive side on the family. Even at home, they might be really like with each other. They might be really like pushing always each other on anything, like
for sure.
Yeah.
Like
there we goes Kira trying to get back in this heat. So first turn, there's a nice swoop. There's a second swoop. Now she's waiting for an inside section to hit and just clicks it off. So chasing a 9-point ride, which she's not going to get that clearly, but she might just make her position a bit easier. She's in a bit of a problem here. I don't know if this wave is going to go into that sort of range, anywhere near it, but she's back in the game, Chico.
Yeah, a bit of a carve there to start. This wave allowed her to have a bit of a finish. And I really enjoyed this turn. Was the best turn she had all heat, in my opinion, just because she had a bit more speed, the release of the fins there. And I think it's going to be her best number. But yeah, she needs a bit more. She needs a 9, which I think it's like almost like combination total, in fact, just because like to get a 9 today is really hard.
And with the way the surf is, the lower tide and the increased swell, the paddle out has sort of got a bit longer, so she's going to chew up some time, probably another 30 seconds at least to get back out on the spot. And that leaves the young French Tahitian out there in a commanding position with priority and with the healthy lead at the moment. So she's just 2 minutes getting to in a first ever Challenger Series event, getting to the final, which is no small feat, is it?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's really cool to see. She's surfing so well.
And then you think next year she obviously, there's no reason why she won't hit the Challenger Series. Probably she's qualified now by virtue of a qualifying series. I don't know, I haven't actually asked her or the family if that's an actual goal, whether she would do them all and do the travel, but There's no reason why you wouldn't think she's not going to go on and have a crack next year. Here she goes, a late takeoff. Should go light this way in terms of where it was on the reef. And here she goes. First turn. Oh, big closeout re-entry. Just quite can't hang on. I think they're clapping. They like the aggression. They like the fact she went for it.
I like that she moved up the reef too, because there are those sneaky little double ups that come in underneath. And with second, she had first priority at that point. But yeah, this wave looked really great from takeoff.
Yeah, she thought she had it, down the line, and then it just came to this section. She went for it. Oh, man, she just gets that fin release, doesn't she, in the waft, and so much style. And unfortunately, couldn't hang on to that one. Still in a commanding position, 1 minute on the clock. And what now? So you go straight to Brazil from here, is it, Bella?
Yep.
What's the plan? So
yep, we fly out in a few hours at 11 p.m. tonight, straight to Brazil. Comp starts, I think, in 6 days' time, and just going to eat some good steak and hopefully surf some fun waves. I think the waves are actually going to be pretty solid over there, so
cool.
Unwrap the step-ups and, yeah, see how we go battle some ocean.
Yeah, well, that's great. Yeah, exactly. Straight on into it. The last event of the Challenger Series, and as you said, now qualified. It must just be such a nice feeling to go to Brazil, a great place you love, with a bit of forecast and knowing you're all done and dusted. You know, and what's the motivation? Is it finish off with a win? What's the plan?
For sure. Yeah, I mean, my goal this year was to finish as high as I could on the Challenger Series, and I'm definitely not satisfied yet. I mean, we're all competitive people, and I want to win the next one, but here we see Kira.
Okay, last chance. She needs 7.33, so she made her life easier. This is the last wave. There's a nice carving cut back, waiting for an open section. Another second turn is strong. Can she finish it off? And she does. So she likes it. So in a flip of the script, got that wave. That last wave came in at a 4.5. And no, sorry, 5.77, and then requiring a 7.73. It's a big number. I might get Nichols to talk through this one because it's pretty crucial. Here she goes. What did you like about it?
She picked a really great wave and she attacked it. I like this carve. She held on to it for quite a while, and just the attack on this wave. She got into the pocket, which she hasn't found too often in this heat, and it was, I feel like the wave selection was incredible. She surfed really well on it.
But is it a 7.73?
That's up to the judges.
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking you about it. Yeah, I'm aware of how the system works.
I'm not sure.
All right, Shiko, you're the man.
I'm not sure. I love it. They always put me on the spotlight. I know what you're feeling.
That's our job, to try and see if we can unpick it, whether it's that high 7.
No, it's not.
It's not going to be it. Why not? Why do you think it's not going to be quite there?
Well, I think she needed to push a bit more on that first turn. Looked beautiful, don't get me wrong. It was a beautiful turn. The wave was well surfed, but to get a 7.73 to be the highest number of the heat, I think she just missed a bit of attack mode, right, on those first two sections. So 6.17, not enough.
Okay, so you're right, a 6.17. So we have got the 13-year-old Zabrowski going through to the final. What an incredible performance up against Sally Fitzgibbon. I mean, in terms of a narrative, that's incredible. The future of the sport up against one of the great icons of the sport. So that is where we're at. Shiko Alvarez, thanks for your time. Bella Nichols, you're at CT Surfer 2025. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
And going through your insights. Much appreciated. Wish you all the best in Brazil.
Thank you. It's been fun.
And we wish you all the best to devise that pipeline and at Coolangatta. Enjoy your time, and thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Thanks. Can't wait for this final.
Thanks so much, Bella.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, well, right now, though, we're going to march on to the men's. We've got Leo Moniz versus Callum Robson. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Welcome back to the EDP Ericeira Pro. We are down to semi-final time in the men's division, but right now I'm talking to the winner of the last semi-final on the ladies' side of the draw, Tia Zabrowski. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. The way was pretty hard, but it was really fun. And yeah, I was really happy to get to go square, to go through the final. And I hope I'll do the same that I did all the way in the final. Yeah.
It's your first ever Challenger Series event, and you're in the final. Can you believe it?
Well, actually, I'm really happy to be here. I would never believe to be here into the final. But my goal was just to make heat by heat, and I'm so happy to be on the final.
Sally Fitzgibbons came 5th in the world in 2009. What year were you born?
I'm super excited. It's such an honor to surf against her. And yeah, we'll have some fun.
All right, well, you got about an hour to turn around before the final. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys in the box.
What an amazing story that is. Young Tia Zabrowski, 13 years old, into a final, taking on Sally Fitz. Meanwhile, let's check out first semi for the men. Alejo Muniz back on the championship tour next year. He's locked in. He's going back there. He's had a few years away, and he's got that qualification done. He's got a tough semi against Callum Robson with a couple of laps at the championship tour of his own lately. Fell off at the cut. And on a bit of a march here, we've seen all sorts go down from this pair in terms of performances throughout the week. Callum's been flaring up, going above the lip, kind of those power blasts, getting the tail right out. And then obviously the big calves from both of them. In terms of conditions, Chico, what are we expecting to see here? We've got a couple of sections, maybe the win for some airs?
Yeah, for sure. South Wind is, there's a bit of a steep section there in between the outside section and the inside one. And I feel like we're going to see some guys trying some big airs, maybe semi-popo. I feel like these two are really going to stick to the rail. Maybe Alejo. I don't know. I feel like it depends on...
Callum blasted a couple in his last heat.
Yeah, he did a big one, the first wave. But yeah, his highest number was on the rail. So I kind of... I was speaking to a few yesterday, and they were all saying, well, I feel like the rail has been... giving a bit more points than going into the air. Well, we saw Mateus and Sammy having that crazy heat, and they just went for the air. But of course, they didn't only do air; they did air, and then they combined there with some big maneuvers. So.
Yeah, let's have a look, see if we'll get some action here. A little activity and a bit of a swing. Muniz has a look, realizes not that one. Cal never really looked particularly interested in that either, so identifying those early opportunities, not quite there in the opening 5 minutes of this. And they'll be patient here by now with the read on the wave. They'll know exactly the sort of thing they want to get. A little bit different this morning with that extra wind coming through. I guess the good news is a bit more size from yesterday, and we're expecting it to continue to pick up throughout the day.
Yeah, I feel like once we see that tide fill in, we're going to see bigger and bigger sets. But right now is not their size, but it's not big yet. I think we're going to see later today, like around 3-4, some bigger sets. So just like we saw on the first days, right? We got here, it was like 3 to 4 foot, and suddenly on the afternoon it was like 7-8 foot. And amazing surfing done by all the competitors. So I think we got it all. We got a week of amazing waves, Paul, right?
Been really fun once again. It's all about finals day now, though. Having a look at maybe a first effort at the final. Alejo has a paddle and identifies again, and that one will be soft. So no action thus far in this coming through. Callum Robson, if he can make it through this heat, get the final, get a win, he'll be heading over to Brazil. Well, even with this result here, he'll be heading over there with some renewed purpose in terms of a qualification. Struggled with an injury early in the year, hurt himself. And basically had to sit out some events. Right now he's back in rude health, and he's up and going here in live action. First snap, and then he'll open up to sting out the tail a bit on that one. And then the foam climb with plenty of upper body in it, just giving it some impetus. The Aussie squad like it.
Nice wave there by Carl. Nice start. I really enjoy the wave selection he has out here. I really saw that this wave was shaping up down the line, and he did a good job to get around that section, but he got the speed here. Nice drift of the fins. Nice again, gouging under the lip, and foams just floats that section. So great wave there, by Callum, and a good way to start this one, Paul.
Yeah, let's see where the judges go with this. It does feel like one of those classic kind of mid-range type numbers in terms of setting the scale for the semi, and in the context of the sort of surf and we expect these to do. It's a decent wave. They got plenty more than this. You can see how technical that turn was as he sort of buries the nose, just forces it, that flat section of the wave. And then his control is good enough to be nimble and straight back on it, up into the lip. And he's got a serious spring in those legs. Both of these two actually really strong in that department. And that's important here. We talked about some of the challenges of this wave and how difficult it can be to surf. It's about hard to surf if you're just going in a straight line, just kind of trundling along, but being able to sort of force yourself on the wave, do big hits onto the lip, to carve flat sections, keep your speed up throughout. It has been a challenge throughout the week, and we've just got the best 4 surfers left in the draw. 2 of them right now are in the water. Alejo Meniz, who has qualified. There's the number in, and it is the mid-ranger that we thought it might be, 517. Alejo now with Prio. Let's see if he'll use it here. He's seen an opportunity, so he'll go into the outside section and then just jam immediately back real close to that white water again, with a little bit more into it that time. And similar sort of fare for him, first 3 turns, just sort of swinging side to side, not as good as Cal's wave, so not exactly the start Alejo and the Brazilian crew would have been hoping for.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Carl's wave had a bit more push, a lot more face. The face of the wave was a lot more steeper, and Alejo was just waiting for the wave to build up, and the wave kind of like just flattens out and didn't allow him to do big turns. So Alejo just kicking out and looking out the back to see if he can catch a better one. So yeah, just a quick start for Alejo. You can see the intent, the body. The body, it tells a lot about our surfing is feeling, and you can see the intent there by Alejo. He's on it, like he wants to win this event. He's qualified, he's surfing freely. So we have spoken about how hard is it to have a hate that you got nothing to lose, and this is a really good one for Alejo, just because he's qualified and he's got nothing to lose, so he can really enjoy himself competing.
In terms of tour next year, what spots are going to suit him? Alejo Meniz, where do you see him doing well before the cut?
Well, I think, of course, Bells. I think it's a place where he has done good in the past. Gold Coast. I think those right-handers suit his surfing well. I think maybe Margaret, depending on how the waves are. But yeah, Alejo.
Super 2 boss as well, maybe. It's sort of wave, you get a bit of everything there in March.
Yeah, it can be like a good place you can do well. So there's quite a few stops I see Alejo doing well for sure. And of course pipe, just because just the way he surfs pipe, like he can go backdoor and get some really proper barrels. So yeah, I can't wait what he can do there. And yeah, I think of course there's like stops that you might think like a surfer is going to do well, and he ends up doing well on the stops you didn't kind of believe he would do well. So yeah,
it's been a while he's been away from tour. He's had a lot of support as well. He saw the post he put up on his Insta, and people like Gabriel Medina and the absolute legends of the sport, Toledo, all wishing him all the best. They're absolutely stoked to have him back. It was a real strong part of that Brazilian push some years ago now, and injuries have kept him away from mounting a challenge to get back there, and by now he's done it, and I feel like he's going to have a lot of support. A lot of people will want to see him do really, really well, and a very worthy surfer of that, with just the sort of stuff he's been able to do on this tour this year. Been so deadly and powerful. The body looks in really good shape. He does not look like a man who's had 2 major knee surgeries, because he gives it everything. And one of those surfers who throws so much spray, which gives it the big impact. But so far in this, he hasn't really made any, because we've lost Well, we're down to 18 minutes to go in it, so 7 gone. Just a 3 on the board from him. Callum Robson's opening wave, that 5-1-7, and a quick backup, but it was just in and out, and then he went snaffled priority back while Alejo was still on the inside paddling out. Some lumps coming through here. Muniz showing a little bit of interest. Not sure if this one will actually double up for him. It won't quite get there. And just a little bit of feinting and jockeying around that takeoff bowl. The sets will draw our surfers a little bit out. Muniz will spin. And that whitewater crumbling next to him. Not what you want to see from the takeoff. Cow's wave, actually, the 5. He did get caught in a little bit of whitewater at the beginning. So held that score back a bit. Couldn't get the first turn done in the opening part of the wave. As we see more energy filling in here. Robson has a look, puts himself in the spot to take off. Just decide to hang on to priority there. Wait for something with a bit more quality. So a bunch of waves coming through and no real interest then. It looked like good calls. It is tough to make the decision on the peak. It's quite hard to know exactly what it's going to do down the line.
No, exactly. That wave that Cal was scratching to go on was actually a really good one. It was just off position as we see live action now.
Here's Alejo driving it in a pocket, and it's all white and washy, and it's incomplete as well. So another something of a misfire from under priority anyway, so it doesn't really matter. He might as well just swing, but he would have loved to just get a little bit more going as we get down towards the midway point here. It's not really done much surfing at all. And the positioning, as ever, a little tricky with the outgoing tide in the building swell. As the sets draw surfers out, you quite often see them head out, realise that the wave's going to break wide, and then actually back where they were is maybe where like the 3rd or the 4th wave actually ends up breaking. So that positioning could prove crucial in terms of unlocking the very best quality waves coming through. But so far, a real slow one. This one, one of these two is going to the final. We'll wait for 2 proper waves to come in for Alejo before we start to talk about a lead or anything like that. But at the moment, it's Callum just with the best of the opening exchanges with that 5-1-7 locked in. And in terms of Callum's season, having to deal with that injury, hurt himself on a trip, and then trying to get the body back in good shape, good health. It looks like that here. A great chance to go over to Brazil. And I guess, Chico, having the 2 events back to back, if you are in form, you'll just want another event to come. And sometimes we have a little bit of gap on this tour. But if you're surfing well here and you come into finals day, head straight to Brazil, and then your first heat's in a couple of days. And I think surfers who are doing well will appreciate that. Yeah, because you get into that momentum, you get that energy, that good energy going. And when you do well, you get that boost of confidence that which stays with you for like a week, I would say. And then it starts to slow down a bit. And then you start to think, well, can I do that again? And sometimes when you don't have too much time to think in between events and you're on a roll, it's even better just to keep plugging away big numbers. Bit of a different wave over there as well, Sakurima. Beach break, bit wobbly, some good air sections, some good punchy bits. Yeah, I heard it's, I've never been there actually, but I heard it's really powerful. And I was speaking to Gabriel and he said it's a hard wave to surf overall because there's a lot of lumps and backwash. And yeah, you have to deal with a lot of different conditions as well. So yeah, it's one of those comps that one day you can have like 8 foot and the other day like 2 foot. So you got to be well prepared there in terms of board selection as well. But a massive contingent from Brazil on this tour in the top 10. You'd be thinking like if you are a sub from that region, it does need a result. Heading home, that's going to give you a big advantage. Of course, just like the culture, like they're going to be right at home eating what they love with the people they love and speaking their own language all the time. So I feel like it's got, well, they are speaking their own language in Portugal as well, but it's just like the atmosphere is completely different. And if I go to Brazil, I just feel like just different, like it's sick there. Yeah, not loads for them to get excited about thus far. Let's check out the Australian Robson. Use this priority with speed here. Bang! Big tap off the top. Massive spray in that wind. And still driving over whitewater. It's crumbly all the way this way, but he did well just to get that first hit done. Offered up the board. Did it at full throttle. And good visual impact from that turn, so not a load of sections being provided. Was this a good use of the prio? Yeah, of course. Big turn here. Bangs. Drifts the fins, winds up again, and bang. So I think this is going to be the highest number of the heat. For sure, just because like the first section was
really steep, and he did it with a lot of speed and pizzazz, as you see. And he drifts the fins, gets really low again, and he was able to finish it off really strong on that end section. So I think that's got to be better than the 517 for sure.
Callum Robson on a bit of a roll in a slow opening semi-final for the men here at the EDP Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. And it's been sluggish, this one. Not much quality out of the Atlantic thus far. It is Robson who's had the 2 best waves. He went for a score for that one to come through. 517 is opening number. Good chance of improving with that combination of turns. But Alejo Meniz has just torn the place apart. He's been all action throughout. He's having to sit and wait for the moment. He's got nothing really going. Just over 12 minutes to go in this 2 semi-finals. Australia versus Brazil. At the moment, it is the Aussie in the blue singlet with the lead in this one. More live action from finals day real soon. Welcome back to finals day at Ribeira Dillas, as we'll pick up live vision. Alejo Meniz having a swing here, needs to get something going. He's had a real sleepy opening, 19 minutes or so in this first semi-final for the men. Who's heading to the final? Well, Callum Robson's doing pretty good work. He improved 5-9 just before we went to break. The 2-turn combo clouted the whitewater and then pushed on the tail. So this is the fight back from Alejo. What happened here, Chico?
Yeah, nice layback jam there at the end. Did a really good job on landing that kind of like layback. And the way it drifted the fins here was really slidey and really fast. And then bango, nice steep section. And he lays back and he gets back into his feet. So a 4.4 for that one. And Callum with 5.9, so Callum improved a lot.
Technical power surfing from Alejo Meniz. Just the fact that he almost kind of stopped after that first turn and then had to quickly gather speed and then arrived a little late. Just kept that score down, maybe. But that's the reason why. A reasonable number in the context of this heat. He's kept his requirement without really sort of running away from him for the time being, but with 9 on the clock, he's still got some work to do. Let's go down and hear from the runner-up in our last heat, the second semi-final for the women. Kira Pinkerton is with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Kira, what a great job you've done here, especially at Ericeira, such a challenging event. You have to be proud of what you've done and the result you got.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy with myself. I would have loved to have made the final and win the event, which was my biggest goal, but you can only take so much, and I feel like I got a lot out of this place, and I'm pretty happy.
And can you take this now as preparation for Saquarema?
Yeah, I was actually so nervous, and I was just trying to do anything to calm myself down, and I felt like I did a good job from how I was feeling this morning. So I guess just take that to Brazil, no pressure. If I don't qualify, if I qualify, re-qualify for the challengers, I don't really care. it's all fun.
Well, right now you're on 12 in the rankings, so that's a pretty good move up.
Yeah, 10th would be nice, or higher, so I don't have to do all the QSs. That would be amazing.
Well, still got a lot of stuff to do in Sequarema. We know you got it in you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks, Joanna. Kira Pinkerton. Finals day nerves got the better of a little bit, Chico.
Yeah, I feel like there's two types of surfers. The ones that when they're on finals day, they just free themselves up and they're really stoked to be in it. And this is the replay of Carl. Nice arc there out the back. Sets it up for a good inside section. Nice release of the fins. Goes up there again. And wow, I think this is going to be his best wave so far for sure. And great pace to this wave, great momentum. Connecting all the dots, really not making any mistakes on this wave, Paul.
Tearing into it, top to bottom. We talk about the size of turns, the amplitude, drawing all the way from the bottom of the wave, and then straight up into the lip here, bang, giving it everything, and able to come off a full run up a steeper section, so no real soft stuff through here, which will feel nice for him. You're in that rhythm, and you're just going off the top straight to the bottom turn, almost like you're surfing downhill, isn't it? And when those sections just keep coming, you get one more on the end. He knows this is going to be a number here. It's the first wave we've really seen do that, kind of drain down the reef and just run the whole wave. Had a lot of surfers trying to foam climb, get past whitewater, almost kind of deal with traffic. But that one for Callum Robson had nice flow throughout. He's going to get a huge number in here, and he's really going to be in control of a heat that he's led from the beginning. Alejo Muniz had a bit of a damp squib of a heat so far. He's got 6 minutes to turn that around, but the bad news for him, he needs a huge number. Cal drops an 8.33, so into the excellent range for the Australian. And 9.83 is that number now for Alejo. 6 on the clock, he can get 2 waves, maybe a couple of decent 7s. That'd get him there, but Alejo needs to fire up here, and it's been one-way traffic, Chico.
Yeah, Callum is on such a good momentum right now. He just keeps improving, Paul.
Let's go down and check in with Joanna Garnell. She's with Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, guys, that's right, Miguel. What a special moment yesterday was, and now Alejo's in the water. Is the team proud of him?
Definitely, you know, it's been a long 8 years in his life, and I bet a lot of work, some injuries as well, so a lot to overcome, but happy for him. Just we're sticking together the whole week, and him and Sam are in the semis now, and hopefully can make a final.
Yeah, we saw you have a little chat with your brother. What were you telling him?
Just the same, you know, like I always look for the shape of a good wave, not much of a size, just you know, maybe a double up or a wave that has more face to work with, and just a little bit more speed because the wind's kind of stronger, so I want him to go a little faster so he can carve better.
Are we going to see him in the air?
I hope so. You know, he hasn't thrown much airs yet, so just the last heat. So I think he's saving the best ones to the last ones.
Ooh, can't wait for that. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Well, just the last heat. Last heat was pretty good. I mean, it was the best heat, really, one of the best heats from the entire year on this tour. It was absolutely amazing, the numbers going down. So let's see what Samuel Pupo will do. That's coming in around about 4.5 minutes time. A little comeback wave there from Muniz. He needs a 9.83. He's not going to get that here, but if he'll improve the high score or bring this requirement down, there's timely intervention from him. He needed to ride a wave.
Yeah, for sure. He needed that number in. Possibly, I don't know what it. Hopefully, he improves because he needs a 9.83. And if he improves, he's going to lower that number that he needs. So, Alejo is in a really tough spot right now. So. Yeah, Callum just running away with this one, in my opinion, Paul.
Under 4 to go here. Let's check the recap. Our first semi for the men. And it was Callum Robson who came out with a blistering start.
Yeah, Callum started off really quick and without no mistakes, like just on the wave selection, the way he was attacking every wave he caught was on point. So Callum started off the way you want, a couple of 5s, then improved, and Alejo just trying to answer back, but he can't, you know, like just the quality waves that he has been catching. He hasn't found the rhythm, so Callum just has been controlling this one since the start, and with waves like this, and big turns like we are used to from him, it's really hard to beat Callum. So just a bit of a good heat for Callum. Paul.
A really good run of this wave. Just kind of sealed the situation, certainly where it is at the moment. Still time for Leo to come back. Gets a 4.7. Yeah, he needed quite a bit more than that. Callum will go again here, 2:40 on the clock. Robson swoops down on a rail, little flatter section. He'll build up some speed though. Now it gets steep, and he'll throw in the layback. Just pushing real hard, getting loads of spray. There's the air, and he'll get that rotation done as well. The Aussie squad are loving this. So chance of an all-Aussie final is almost sort of 50% done if it stays like this anyway. Callum will be there in the final here at the EDP Ericeira Pro. He's surfing well, he's catching the better waves. Every exchange that's come through, he's caught the better wave. Let's have a look at this one again.
Yeah, nice setup carve here. I really enjoyed this layback under the lip. Looked really cool. Showed something different. And again, the air that he threw yesterday, a smaller one, but I think he was trying to improve on that 5.9, and he knew he had to go quite big to improve that number. And yeah, nice surfing there by Cal. Not making any mistakes. He's not falling at all today, Paul. So looking in form, and by the shape of this one, I think he's making the final, and let's see what he can do there, afterwards.
Well, in terms of qualification for him, crucial for him to go all the way, try and get the win here and set himself up. Right now, he is game on for a spot in the final. We wait for this number to come in, and we're waiting for a response. If we get one from Alejo, watch again this final section. So we've seen a lot of surfers just do that turn that's become almost something we expect now. They arrive pretty late, just push out the back foot and the tail, but on that occasion, he flares up, rotates above the lip in the air, collects it in the white water, improves his score marginally, 6-1. So just showing his versatility as well, Callum. And the number again, Alejo is an all sorts 9.73 here. Basically needs a perfect 10 nearly, with under a minute to go. It will be a wild turnaround if that happens, because he's been out of rhythm here. He has not caught good waves at all. With the qualification already done, in terms of his overall season, I don't think he'll be overly upset, but he's ultra competitive. That's why he's had the career he's had, and he'd want to go all the way for a win. We'll see him kick out the tail here and just rally and just try and put something. What's he got here? He'll load up with speed, and then again a little bit caught even on that turn, just the rail not quite cutting the water as we've seen him do this week. In the finish again, he's putting a lot into that, but even that was just a little bit wobbly by his own pretty much impeccable standards. So Muniz will finish up on the inside here. He's not going to get the number he needs. He's qualified for the CT, so it's been a great outing here in Portugal. But our first finalist will be the Australian Callum Robson. There's the squad from Australia. They're loving this. They've all come down to support Cal, and he's through to the final here. And they'll be absolutely delighted with that. We talked about that injury that he picked up earlier in the season. Had to sit out, miss a couple of events, and what a way to come back here in Portugal. He's still got one more Challenger Series event to go as well, so let's see where he goes in this final. If he gets a win, he'll be feeling pretty confident about going right up the ratings. A good event from Alejo Muniz. He surfed well here this week. He's been one of the best surfers here for sure, one of the most powerful, but just didn't find the waves at all in the first semi. So finals day really shaping up now. Only a couple more heats to go. We'll have the second semi-final for the men coming up soon. That'll be featuring Joel Vaughan and Samuel Pupo. And then, of course, we've got our finals. We'll be crowning champions this afternoon. A good job by Callum Robson. We're going to bring Mundy back in for the call with Binzi. More live action from Portugal right after this.
Yeah, welcome back to the Challenger Series. It's been an incredible year of surfing on the Challenger Series. All these surfers vying for the single goal of making the CT. One man who has already done that is Samuel Pupo. He has qualified for 2025 on the back of an incredible performance here in Ribeira de Ilhas. Joel Vaughan is rocketing up the rankings. Came in at number 27. Well, he's up to the high teens now. So Joel Vaughan, a surprise packet, the young Aussie from North Shelley. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chris Benz. And Benzie, we've got probably the form surfer of the event up against the surprise pack of the event. So it's all shaping up nicely.
Yeah, and how's that photo of Joel Vaughan? Looks like it was taken at the Gromfest at Lennox about 15 years ago. He's a lot older than that now, and he's surfing a lot bigger than it. Similar storylines in this second semi to the first one. Alejo Muniz, the veteran Brazilian, has qualified for the championship tour here. He lost to Callum Robson, the Aussie, who is doing all he can to put himself back in the mix. And right now in the water, we're seeing Sam Pupo. He has also qualified for next year's championship tour. And Joel Vaughan is coming in hot with a rocket. Would love to, add those crucial more points that you get with every round. Interesting story with the Aussies. There was only 2 of them in the round of 16. And those same 2 have made it all the way through to the semis. And we've got 1 of them into the round of 2, which is the final. Can Joel make it an all-Aussie affair?
Yeah, and that man who is in the final, that Australian, is Callum Robson. He's down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Mandy, that's right. Our first finalist. Did you see this one coming?
Not really, to be honest. I feel like obviously just coming back from injury, and this is my first event. I'd missed out on the US Open, so for me just coming over here was just to start surfing how I wanted to surf. I did a lot of work in that little bit of downtime to kind of focus on how I wanted to surf, and I'm stoked that it's kind of coming out in the way I'm surfing in my heats.
And do you feel you can read the lineup now better?
Yeah, I feel like I've had a good connection with this wave over the last week or so, and just starting to get more and more familiar with what the good ones are like, and just things like that. But it's the final now, so it's just time to kind of let it all hang out and just have a good honest crack. So it's either going to be Semi or Joel, both been ripping, so I'm excited to see who it is.
And there's a bunch of Aussies on the beach. Do you think the support is going to help you or distract you?
No, it's not a distraction. It's to stay focused on what I need to do, but it's so good to have the support of the Aussie crew, and they're down there supporting Joel now, so it'd be awesome if Joel could pull this through and it'd be all Aussie final.
Exciting either way, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I'm pumped.
Good luck in the final.
Thank you.
Woo.
Yeah, thanks, Cal. And we just saw an exchange of those 2 surfers who he's going to go up against. That man there is Joel Vaughan. Got to start Samuel Pupo. We saw some rail work out the back, and then it just petered out where this wave, Benzie, sort of went a bit longer.
Yeah, Joel Vaughan opening up the shoulders and throwing buckets of water. That was a particularly vicious karate chop up at the lip. He's got some work to do to find the open face, but he does it nicely and rattles off a couple more turns. Getting pretty vertical as well, so he's happy with that. The Aussies on the beach were loving it. He's out of there. This would be a decent score. Here goes Samuel, driving that JS blade through a couple of strong turns. Downtime, decides against chasing it any further. He's out of there, 23.5 minutes to run.
Yeah, we've seen that wrap work to a treat all throughout the whole event. He's been doing on really small sections. He's been doing on big elongated sections. It's got power, it's got speed. It looked like he was on a bit of a roll there until the wave just sort of withered out. So really contrasting styles of the whip of Joel Vaughan, the vertical nature of his surfing up against sort of more rail and smooth transitions of Pupo. I think Vaughan definitely got the better of that exchange. And his hometown in North Shelley, they won't be happy with that Sydney business below it, but Central Coast lad, they'll be mixing double screening with the grand final on at the moment. And also their man in the semi-final. Out the back though, Pupo trying to fight back. Here he goes. Nice little first turn. He's had that unlocked, driving down the line, goes to the air, nose picks it and comes undone. So we're just seeing Sammy Pupo making a few mistakes as his brother. Still nervous, even though they've achieved all they set out to do in terms of making the CT. Sammy is still out there to win, and the Brains Trust on the beach still look pretty nervous, Benzie. They've been feeling every heat, haven't they? They're so invested in each other at the moment.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo won here in 2019. Didn't actually qualify that year, think it was a prime on the QS back then. Gave him the impetus to keep going a year later and make the grade. Sam would love to grab a second Ericeira Pro trophy this afternoon. You hope he hasn't peaked yesterday. Last, well, it was lunchtime-ish, I guess. It was the last heat of the day with Matthias Hurdy. About as spectacular of a heat as you'll ever see on the Challenger Series. Throwing away 8s. There's Samuel with an 8 and a 9 who beat Matthias also with an 8 and a 9.
Yeah, incredible surfing. A lot of this sort of business. Almost.
He wasn't far from that either.
Yeah, his feet, I think his feet just slipped on the landing there. So the score coming in for Vaughan was a 6.67. So really strong number for the first wave of the Aussie. Pupo, you can see what he's going to do here. He's surfing with a fair amount of freedom. There's no pressure on him. It's all sort of gravy at the moment, icing on the cake in terms of getting a potential event win, a bit more cash. But for Vaughan, this semi-final is already an incredible result. If he gets one more, he's going to be right in the mix going into Brazil. A lot of the surfers heading off straight away. Tonight we saw Isabella Nichols came in the booth. They're leaving at 11 o'clock tonight to Saquarema. So it's there's no rest for the wicked. And right now, Vaughan off to a strong start, but he'll be nervous seeing just what Pupo did yesterday in the heat of the whole event. Him and Hurdy just trading hammer blows, then going to the air, showing their full repertoire. But right now, he hasn't been able to find those waves where he can unleash. It was always going to be a case, wasn't it, Binsey, in terms of just the motivation for these heats? Like, without the qualification, there's Joel Vaughan's dad watching on pretty nervously. But yeah, it's, I mean, you say they're just going to focus, they're all about the, all about the process, but it's got to be hard when you know when you're qualified. But hold that thought, because right now the Aussie squad's on the beach and Joanna Garnell has infiltrated them.
I have, and Bonnie's got a yellow beret. What's that?
Oh, the boys wanted to give me a little beret to put on so Joel could see me in the while he's in the water, but it's not going on. Maybe he gets through this heat. We'll see.
So you're probably going to wear it in the final?
Let's not be too. Let's not get in front of us too much. Sammy's a really good surfer, and there's plenty of it there. So hopefully Joel will pick the right ways from now and make good decisions and get through.
Proud dad either way.
Yeah, super stoked. Yeah, and now everyone back home that are getting in, watching the comp back at North Shelley. My other sons and my granddaughter Vespa, she's up watching as well. So yeah, hopefully Joel will get through this one. Hopefully.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Vaughnie. Yeah, the Vaughan family, institution down there in North Shelley. So many great surfers coming out of that. Incredible guys. Vespa Vaughan, there's a name that's going to keep your eye on that for the future.
That's a name on the move.
Okay, here goes Vaughan. Here he is. One of the stars of the show right now. Fanging down line, he's got speed. And there's a massive turn and he goes down. You can feel the crowd. Look at them all. They're all pumped. Thought he had that. I'm not sure where it went wrong. He'd done all the hard work. It looked like he was about to come out clean. It would have been a massive number.
That's just fired him up, though. He's got the bit between the teeth right now. He'll be having a few words to himself, just muttering under his breath. Come on, mate, you had that one. And, yeah, the dad, Vaughnie, so he's obviously grabbed the nickname Vaughnie early, hence we see Joel and Hugo, both Jolie and Huey.
Yeah, and he had maybe even almost too much speed for this turn. Oh, he was so close. He was so close to making that. What went wrong, Bins?
Oh, you're completely asking the wrong person here. I've never had too much speed for a turn in my life, but it looked like it was right there. He planted the back foot and the nose just got a little bit stuck, unfortunately. That was snatching defeat from the jaws of victory there.
The reaction, they thought he was going to make it. They've seen him do that turn so many times. Thought he had all the indicators were that he was going to make that, and that's why there was that real oscillation from joy to despair as he just came unstuck with that front rail. Got a 3-point ride for that. If he'd made right out of that, it would have been another big number, probably matching his 6.67, but he washed that off.
It's a polarising turn, the layback, because a lot of the surfers feel like it's a bit of a cheat turn where you creating some drama and some spectacle. But when you go for the big one, like Joel just had then, there's no doubt about it. You know, he wasn't trying anything cheesy or cheap there. That was a big hammer, and it looked like he'd held on to it. So unfortunately, that comes in at a 3. Obviously would have been significantly more if he'd ridden out of that one. And Joel's from North Shelley. Evoca's right there. There's Terrigal, there's Copacabana. They're all called the Central Coast. It's a tiny part of the world with a lot of beaches, a lot of board riders, a lot of rivalries. You're from a little bit north of there. Give us the rundown on the Central Coast.
Oh, it's an absolute incredible spot for waves. There's so many waves in such a short space of time, as you just mentioned. Beach breaks, reef breaks, slabs, big waves. And because of that, it's created some of Australia's best ever surfers. You look at the guys that come out of there, from Ace Buchan, Mark Sainsbury, Ross Clark-Jones. It's so rich. Here's another one. The Sunny Coast has just got another superstar on its hand in Joel Vaughan. Comes around. There's another good turn. The second one is good. Floats over top, and that's a nice finish. So smart surfing. And yeah, North Shelley Board Riders is one of the strongest and most consistent sort of, hubs down there. It's created so many great surfers.
Let's not forget Wilco, Micro, Molly, Macy.
Yeah, it's
Ross Maloney.
It's incredible. And here's another one off the factory line. And I like this Bins in that he's just surfing, that's a smart wave to back up his score.
And, aside from the big names, there's plenty of underground legends as well, guys like Shane Holmes and Russ Maloney, who fly the flag in board riders comps. Jughead, one of the world's wildest slab surfers. What an incredible region. And just Joel Vaughan, who's flying the flag for them on the Challenger Series at the moment. This is going to be his second score. There's some real momentum going on here. And we've got one Aussie into the semi. Don't sleep on Sam Pupo. We know what he's capable of. There's still 15 minutes to go. But right now, all of the rhythm with the man in the red jersey with the big cheer squad right on the beach. It's Joel Vaughan doing the beers.
Yeah, here he goes. Pupo coming to fight back. Nice little roundhouse to start off with, looking for some open face. And there's a big turn from Pupo. This wave's looking more like it's surfing to his strengths. A nice carve. Another one, lucky bit of variety. He just puts his foot on the back and now it just goes for the finish. So there you go, that's the trademark stuff. That's where he gets 7s and 8s consistently, just by picking the good waves. And that wave, a lot better pace to it. You could tell he was calm and composed, and he definitely got back in the game. So 5, 6, 7 for Joel Vaughan's last wave. And that wave is easily going to be Samuel Pupo's best. And we're going to have a game on now.
Sure are. 14 minutes to go. Interesting comparison on the crowd numbers as well, as we see this replay of Sam Pupo. So a bit of downtime, just some setup work right now. Then the wave stands up, bowls out for him. Beautiful, powerful turn, releasing plenty of spray. Driving through his turns, putting the rails to work, standing on the tail, just a little bit of a stall so that he can connect perfectly with that section. And just gives himself a little bit of a chest pat. It's more of a self-rev up than a claim or anything like that. And Sam Pupo is going to be back in the picture. This will obviously be his best wave.
Yeah, he needed that. 13 minutes gone. Hadn't had a wave of note. A few waves that just ran off him. It's an 8.5, so the best wave by far. It's a massive number.
Wow.
A lot of it was done on that turn, basically. That was the real money. And to do it, the judges love those risky turns out the back section. If you can put in a bit of progression, they always reward it, and then you finish it off with those carves. So a massive number for Pupo. That's what he's been doing. He's been long at 8s. He was throwing away 8s yesterday in the heat. So the form surfer of the event in terms of average heat totals. I mean, on the actual Challenger Series all year, the top 10 surfers, they had the average heat total, and Sammy's is a point above the next surfer, So all year he's been posting massive numbers. It's not a new thing. It's the reason why he's ranked second on those ratings. But yeah, he can pull out 8 seemingly at will.
He's unlocked the formula, you think?
Yeah, he's just absolutely knowing how to, get average 7s as a minimum. So he's back in it, still behind, but now needing just a small score. Vaughan's going to have to fight back now. We're going to go a short commercial break, come back with more live action in the last 12 minutes of the second semi-final of the EDP Ericeira Pro after this. Okay, welcome back to live action here. 10.5 minutes on the clock. Joel Vaughan battling to try and get to the final up against the fellow Australian, Callum Robertson. And you see the scores on the top left score, 12.34 against a 12.33. Doesn't get much closer than that. The big difference being Pupo's got a big 8.5 in his number. So any backup will improve his position markedly. Joel Vaughan, though, has priority. 10 minutes on the clock. He'd be pretty happy with his position, really, as we see Pupo without priority, trying to get that back up we just talked about. Nice rail work on the first turn. It's a smaller wave. A little bit lumpy, but he's just zigging and zagging. He does this. He capitalises well. He's a smart, competitive surfer, and he matches it with a bit of flair. So not super dynamic, not as big, but knowing he only needed a 3.84 to move into first, you think he'll get that. So
yeah, he's done that comfortably. Joel Vaughan knows, you know, he's been looking to get rid of that 5, 6, 7 from the moment it drops into his top two. That's not going to get you through to the final on the Challenger Series, but what we've been saying it throughout this whole event, something we love about Joel Vaughan surfing, he has that X factor as we catch the replay of Sam Pupo. This is just smart, polished surfing from Sammy. He knows that he doesn't need a big score. He knew it wasn't a set. It's not going to offer him an excellent number, but it's definitely going to give him the opportunity to take back the lead, put a sort of 5 or 6 of his own on the board and put that little bit of pressure on Joel. Joel's going to be chasing a target now, but what I was saying before, he's got that X factor. We know he's capable of pulling out some flair, taking the sky, big punts. He famously dropped that big 10 at the next event last year in Saquarema. As we see, just Miguel putting the finishing touches on what will come in at a 5.33. So he has moved into the lead. Joel Vaughan's chasing a 7.17. Obviously, he's more than capable of that, Mondi.
Yeah, Vaughan now under the pump a bit. We'll see how he responds. You're right, he's electric. He's got a bit of X factor. Not quite sure what he's going to do. He's posted some big numbers, as you mentioned, in Brazil. We might have a look at that. This was probably well, it was the wave of the event last year. A lot of people were sort of not quite sure who Joel Vaughan was. Well, he leapt into their screens with a big numbers last year. He's going to need something similar-ish, as we see this wave from Brazil last year. So here he goes. The breeze starts fagging down the line, and that is a massive alley-oop. I mean, the height of that was absolutely incredible. So he's got that in his locker. Now everyone, the Brazilians, everyone just, you know, absolutely, yeah, 10s around. Mateus Hurdy called it early. So, yeah, he's air game.
10-point work to the cameraman for keeping him on the screen as well, because he went to the moon on that section, got the huge ramp, and would have been easy to, you know, hit the brakes a little bit and turn it into a massive turn, and still probably get yourself an 8, but Joel went no way and threw up the monster oop. And I think the 10 was in the scoreline pretty much before he'd even got back down to his board to start paddling up back.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of height, I don't think I've seen the higher one in competition. It was, yeah, absolutely massive. Now there's Vorney a little bit more nervous under the pump, needing a 7.17. This wind is good for airs. There's kind of less ramps on this wave. It's, they have popped up and they are there. He'd be pretty happy to just stick to his rail work, Vaughan, for a 7.17. Not much more on that first wave he got. Has become a little bit becalmed over the course of the last 10 minutes waiting for this next wave. I don't mind that, being patient. Doesn't need a massive number. I think he's just got to wait for that set wave, you think, Chris?
Yeah, I've commentated the Taiwan Open the last few years, which is a QS event that's co-sanctioned between the Oceania and Asian regions, and a lot of the Aussies get into that one. Last year's final, the wind came in, it turned into a big wedgy huck fest, and this man Joel Vaughan and Dakota Walters turned it into an air show in Taiwan, so not afraid of doing it at the highest level. We're going to check out what's happened in this heat so far and see how Sammy and Joel can make their way to the final.
Okay, hold on, we just might have a look this way. Vaughan, so he pulls the trigger. First turn, nice little fin release there. Oh, and there's a wrap as well. So dynamic surfing from the Australian and a big finish. That's a 3-turn combo. The Aussies like it. See it all battling that wind, trying to keep their hair in place. But 3 turns, so very different from the 8.5 of Sammy's. But he put some dynamic surfing in this, Chris.
Yeah, plenty of zip and zing to that first turn. Just carved so quickly through that tide arc, through a bucket of spray, and vertically up into the closeout clout. So 3 turns, plenty of variety between them all. Got the tail release on the first one. This is a hammer, and then gets the completion, the big end section belt. And Joel Vaughan is going to now ask the question of the judges with 5 minutes to go. Super vertical, drift out of the tail. This turn was just butter, absolutely on the spot. And vertically up into the lip, looking fluent from start to finish. Number comes in, it's a 6, so he's still looking for that 7.17. Basically needs to do that, but on a set wave.
Yeah, I think the judges just punished him for a smaller wave, and the fact that he didn't have any open face on it, he had to sort of rush those turns. They were all amazingly well executed, amazing flow, but just didn't quite have the amplitude. As we see the recap here, so started off pretty strong. This second turn here is probably the best turn of his semi-final so far. Just got a little bit sticky down here. It never really opened up. And that's why he got caught in the high 6s, 6.67. A strong start, and he was looking good. Then Pupo, after a slow start, eventually found this wave, and this is the wave that kind of turned the heat for Pupo. That turn there was big. It's a bigger wave, as you can see, and then there was more to give down the line. Some of those S turns he's been doing all week, those wraps, and then a big finish. So that was the 8.5. That's the difference right now, and that's got him just 3.5 minutes away from a final here in Portugal. And then this Binzi just backed it up. This is smart surfing under priority. Just got the job done with another just a 5.33, but he needed it. So really smart, good surfing, mixing dynamic surfing with just some playing the game well. And so now sitting out there with priority as well, and those still a bit more nervous, not quite as animated as the Aussies. 3 minutes on the clock. And they're all watching there. So it's pretty intense. Here we goes Vaughan. So this was caught during that recap. And the first turn, it's a bit of a slice and dice. Another rubber there. He might start to warm up on the inside. Hucks the fins out, but that wave isn't going to bother the judges really.
Yep, 3.23 the requirement, and Sam Pupo with priority, has to start thinking defensively perhaps. He doesn't want to let Joel get too far away from him. Might have just caught this wave as a way of getting over a little bit closer to Vorney. Knows that he doesn't want to let Joel just hunt down a random section that allows him to huck and take to the sky. So a little bit of cat and mouse might come into play now. Joel Vaughan's going to have to do something spectacular because he might struggle to get on one of those biggest set waves with only 2 minutes remaining and Sam Pupo controlling priority.
Yeah, the beauty of this increased swell, though, that we've got in increase in energy is that there's more opportunities in between the sets. Probably in the last few days it's been either the sets or nothing, basically. Today there's a little chance to sneak under and try and get something. That's what we're going to have to do now with 2 minutes on the clock. Sammy's going to keep super close eye on him.
It's interesting watching the contrasts in camps. The Brazilians are on the surfers' deck. There's a big pack of them, and they're watching the Aussies right down on the waterline trying to make their presence felt. The Aussies, a lot of them, it was a killing field in the round of 32, but they're all flying out to Rio tomorrow, tonight, next couple of days. They've all stayed here in Portugal. They've all supported the men and women who've been going in the draw. And,
yeah, and they've still got Callum in the final. Callum Robson has made it. Can Joel Vaughan join his fellow compatriot, chasing a 7:17 time against him? He's trying to find a bit of breathing room to get away from Pupo moving up the reef. Pupo's got to make a decision whether to keep on him. Looks like he's just keeping him close enough. And you know that Vaughan can do that one turn. If he goes further the reef, he might not get that long wall, but he might get one big air section.
He could even, you know, do something, look for a left, you know, hunt a random section, throw a backhand punt, just really mix things up. You have to look at every option with 40 seconds to go. Sam Pupo will be keeping a safe distance. Last thing he'd want to do is get involved in some kind of paddle tangle and jeopardise anything.
Yeah, 30 seconds. There's a few lumps approaching at the back. It's whether they're going to arrive in time. Next 20 seconds. Got Pupo now with priority in the blue. Vaughan out the back. 10 seconds on the clock. I think he might run out of time. Those waves not hitting the reef. 8 seconds to go. So a valiant effort by the looks of things. Incredible result for the young Australian. He'll take it every day of the week. But Pupo just too strong. Got that one wave that mattered, surfed it really well, got the 8.5 and then just backed it up with a minimum of fuss. So Sammy Pupo, the form surfer of the event, the highest ranked surfer left in the event, a CT surfer for 2025. He's in the final up against Callum Robson, which looks to be a pretty good matchup. Both surfers being really consistent. And yeah, can't wait for that. But for that, we've got the women's final, of course. Sally Fitzgibbons up against Ty Zabrowski. I mean, the icon versus the Grom. We've got Paul Evans come back in the booth. We're going to a short commercial break and come back with the women's final, the EDP Ericeira Pro, right after this.
It all comes down to this time for the women's final at the EDP Ericeira Pro. Having a look at #1 on the Challenger Series, heading back to the CT. Sally Fitzgibbons, the legend from Australia, from France, by way of Tahiti. Tia Zabrowski, the youngster, just 13 years old, on an absolute tear. Are we looking at the best ever 13-year-old we've ever seen on the women's side in surfing? Possibly. Straight down to it. Here's Sal underway here, 35-minute final, and ripping in multiple combinations on the inside for Sal. So posting a number right behind her, a bumpy entry and a wipeout for Tia. She'll go down, looks like she'll just pop back and get prio though. Having a little look, a little annoyed with herself. That was an opportunity to go big there, but what an exciting final this is. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Ben Mundy and Chico Alves. Boys, let's have a look at Sal here.
Sal, we just came in the break, and look at this first turn. You can see she's putting a bit more aggression. She knows she's up against a super progressive surfer and on-form surfer, and that was really, really sharp from Sal. If there was ever a sign of intent, it was that wave. It wasn't a long wave, wasn't a particularly big wave. I tell you what, her attitude was pretty much on show. And she looks like she's in form.
Chico, Sal, despite the good form of Tia, she's got to be the favourite. We'll just pick up live right now and check out Tia, though, as she'll go. Nice and smooth, not having to force too hard. Good rhythm to the surfing from her. Nice joined up lines as she'll finish down on the inside. So getting after that mistake and falling off, just immediately getting a wave right behind it. She'll put a number on the board as well. So the opening exchange is in the first couple of minutes here. Judges will have a look at that. We'll get another look at Tia.
Yeah, just a bit of a setup carve here. I like this jam off the top, kind of a trademark turn for her. But then she was late for that last turn. But yeah, as you said, Sally started off with a 5-3-3. Tia on this one trying to answer back with a bit of a mistake, Ben.
Okay, how's Tia going to beat Sally?
Well, you know what? She doesn't have to do too much different what she's been doing all heat, basically. She's been getting, like, she can match Sally on the power front. She can match her, probably beat her in progression. So if she can get, you know, those two sort of clean, open faces, I think she's got what it takes to overcome Sal. Sal up and riding now, though.
Fitzgibbons, a vertical hit from her. Nice section here. Carved to snap. And then the body gets a little awkward. A mistake there. She'll go down. So nervy moments possibly in the final for Sal. Uncharacteristic, the error. Maybe just a wax issue, who knows? Let's get another look.
Yeah, first steep section was great. Releases the fins. Looked like she was setting up a really good wave, and suddenly she just bogged the rail and fell. But
yeah, it was a smaller wave as well. I think it's probably just strangely a poor wave selection, and she did an interview. So yeah, that's not going to count. She's got loads more time. She'll go back out and regroup.
Let's go and hear from the winner of the men's semi-final. We'll just hang on a sec actually before we go and check in with Samuel Pupo. He's in the final. He'll face Callum Robson in that men's final. That'll be in half an hour's time. Right now it's Australia, France in the water. Sal making her way back out, or maybe just feeling a little bit like Cheek. Could have maximised that score a bit more. Obviously, she didn't fall in that section on the inside. All right, let's go down and check in with Samuel Pupo with Binzi.
Yeah, let's make it super quick because, Sammy, you've got a final serve. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
A lot more push in the water this morning, guts to the swell.
For sure, yeah, a lot more opportunity for everyone. Still super tricky with the wind. You know, it's against the contest side, so I couldn't hear anything. Just trying to guess what was happening in the water, and by what I was watching from Joel, and I thought he got the score in the last wave, so it was all confusing, and we were asking ourselves, so do you know what's happening? I was like, I don't know, I'm just following you. But yeah, I'm happy that it went my way.
Tia Zabrowski in the water right now. Have you been watching her surf this week? She's incredible.
Oh yeah, I mean, what a generation we have with these young girls, and a nice battle against Sally, which is probably one of the most experienced women out there. So it's a nice match to watch, and I'm just so excited to be in another final, and didn't expect that coming to Portugal. Always expectations a little bit low, trying to play it cool and go heat by heat, and when you see it, you're in the final, so I'm happy.
You've come here, you've qualified, there's only one thing less to do. You won here in 2019, good year, good luck 5 years later.
Yeah, I mean, just feels like it's so long ago, and this wave is so tricky. I feel like every time I come here, it's like I never won here before, you know. I have to figure out the wave all over again and try my boards all over again. So it's a tricky one, but I feel like I have a good feeling here.
All right, good luck, mate. Back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Binzi. Under the 28-minute mark, numbers in Tia with a 3 for some surfing that she never really committed to body-wise, and then a 3.27 for Sal on the wave with the 4. That's it so far in this one.
Would you say you've been sort of playing it cool this week, Paul? Your approach just throughout the course of the week?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, not a bad approach.
Low expectations would be key. What I'll pick up from Samuel there. I generally maintain pretty low standards for myself to avoid disappointment.
He's such a calm guy. I mean, you can see the emotional levels. Obviously, he gets pumped up when he gets some of those incredible 8-point rides, but he's so measured. Such a good competition temperament to have as an elite athlete. Not getting too carried away. Not you know, enjoying the highs too much, or, you know, getting too bogged down by the lows.
Do you think that's the real Samuel, or do you think he's got sort of a face that he puts over, kind of a veneer, and then actually underneath there's some other stuff going on? Sometimes they are kind of multi-layered, aren't they, these athletes? Meanwhile, let's have a look at Tia. Uses priority here. This one will push wide, but what happens next? Not a lot on the opening section. She'll go through some bouncy stuff and then throws in a big hammer on the layback. Almost gets caught, but does well to hang on to that. That was big.
Yeah, she's got a massive layback on her, hasn't she? And even though there's only one, you know, a one-turn combination, she can really make it count, even single turns.
Sal getting a little bogged there, and then arriving late, so a lot of motion from the arms. The board not doing low, just didn't quite have loads of speed in that combo. You see that whitewater just pulling on her board. Meanwhile, Tia will look to try and get a little bit of a head start in the paddle battle. We talked about the athleticism of Sal. Let's just see if she fancies taking on the youngster in the arms. Doesn't look like it so far. Tia will just try and make sure here, try and snaffle that priority. What do we think of this stuff from Sal?
Yeah, a bit of a whitewater in the face, gets a bit of a release of the fins there, but the wave wasn't that good, so it was really hard to serve. So I think she might improve, but not by a lot. And this one, Ben, take it away.
Yeah, it's all about this line down the end. She waited a long time for it. Big section, bigger wave, big set, and then she just goes from massive layback, compresses those knees, rides out relatively cleanly. So it's interesting where this goes. There it is. Sort of a lot more body movement than the board movement.
She committed early to the turn, didn't she? You see some of these laybacks are a little bit safer, sort of like being wise after the event a bit. She kind of fully committed to that.
Yeah, which is what you've got to do for laybacks.
25 on the clock. Let's go and hear from our losing semi-finalist, Joel Vaughan with Binzi.
Yeah, cheers, Paul. Down here in the midst of the Aussie throng. And Joel, not the result you want in that heap. You've got to be thrilled with how things are going this week.
Yeah, pretty stoked to make it all the way to the semis. But yeah, pretty bummed on getting knocked down that last one. But stoked to be watching Cal in the final. And yeah, everyone's down here cheering him on, so it's pretty epic.
Got the maths in my ear. It sounds like you've gone up 16 spots. You're coming 9th now, so that's got to give you plenty of encouragement going to Rio.
Yeah, it feels good. Been in the top 10 last event, so yeah, just keen to watch Cal in the final, and yeah, just get over there and hopefully have some fun.
What's the support like been from everyone down here this week?
Yeah, it's been epic. Everyone's coming down for everyone's heats and cheering on, and yeah, it's pretty cool to have everyone down here.
You and Callum and Sally right now have been flying the flag well for the Aussies this week. Do you reckon there's that big team spirit that everyone's going to go over to Rio and, you know, collectively get some great results?
Yeah, I reckon we will, for sure. Rio's a pretty fun wave and pretty similar to the beaches we have at home. So, yeah, I'm sure everyone will go well, and yeah, pretty excited.
What's Callum got to do to take the win against Sammy in the final?
Just be on some good waves and belt the lip.
There you go. All right, last words to friends and family back home.
Cheers for everyone for watching, and yeah, pretty stoked. Thanks for everyone for the messages.
All right, mate, you've been ripping this week. Good luck in Rio. Back to you guys in the box.
Cheers, Binzi. Joel Vaughan there, up in the top 10, going great. Let's see what he can do in Rio. Looks like he's straight out Central Casting for your sort of Aussie surf dude, isn't he? Your Aussie ripper. Let's check out another one of those. Sally Fitz.
Yeah, Sally Fitz, banging down the line. Again, a smaller wave, but she goes through 360. She's been trying to release the fins. throw a bit of variety in most of the turns, even on the smaller waves. And this third turn, just gets up, does the old 3-0. Don't see many of those very often, but Sal looking for a bit of progression, and she's sort of stuck in that sort of 5-point range at the moment, trying to elevate her scores above that. I'm not sure if that will do it. Meanwhile, at the back.
Ooh, important wave for Tia. Here she goes. Good section here. She'll tag that, release that tail, and come out of the turn with speed. So getting out and down above that whitewater rather than kind of getting hung and just kind of wobbling your way down is one of the ways that makes that look a little more impressive. Another look at Tia.
Yeah, winds up off the bottom. It's a bit of a carve, a down carve on the face of the wave, and she got to finish. That was a combination of maneuvers, but I felt the 5-5 before was just a touch better, just because of the how big that turn was. But yeah, that's going to be an improving on that backup for sure.
It's not many sports where a 13-year-old can compete with the adults, is there, at the elite level? It's quite unusual, surfing.
Yeah, I'd say so. Probably get a bit in the gymnastics and the Olympics. They're often quite young in that regard. Maybe, yeah, I think it is unique. And there's been so many great young surfers, the best ones of the generation, the Tyler Wrights, the Carissa Moores. They came on the scene and, you know, won events when they were 14 or 15. Not this young, but look.
Jeff Hackman, didn't he win Sunset? He was about 14.
Yeah.
That was a while ago.
That was a while ago.
I saw John Wood had 1968 written on his chest. I thought that might be referring to Hackman.
To the Hackman's win. I think that was in the early 60s, Hackman's win. So yeah, he got the date wrong maybe. But, you know, the fact that we're mentioning Tia in the sort of same breath as the Carissa Moores and the Tyler Wrights kind of shows you what the talent is like, and she might be a once-in-a-generational surfer, this young lady.
So far in this one, Sally just applying a bit of pressure with the 5-5 in, and then going again here through some mist and some mizzle. We'll pick up her off the bottom, and then a nice section here. She gets some release, and again into the lips. So she's just kind of plugging away, really. She hasn't quite got hold of it and gone full bore as yet, really given it the full treatment, but decent numbers, mid-range 5s. That high number, though, marginally with Tia. She has got a 5-5. Here's another look at Sal dealing with a bit of whitewater.
Yeah, she started off with a bit of a carve, and this turn was looking good, like right momentum and rhythm on this one. But here, she kind of like got stuck on the lip there, and you saw that we saw two waves in between the whole wave. So a really hard one to read with this south wind direction, and a lot of lumps and bumps on that one, Ben.
Yeah, she's just caught. All the waves have been really similar, and she's been doing similar turns, and that's reflected in just keep sort of plugging in with 5-point rides. And she's going to need to do better than that to beat Tia. She's got to sort of elevate it, either, you know, obviously get better waves, get bigger waves, or maybe mix up her surfing a little bit. She just seems to be stuck in a bit of a rut. She'll know. I mean, no one knows more how she would have identified that, and also identified ways to get out of it. That's the position she's in right now.
Chico, you're our resident air specialist. You think Tia's going to look for a ramp here? Served her well in the earlier rounds?
Well, I might be wrong, but I don't think she will try to go for a big air just yet. I think she's going to build some foundation. I think she knows she needs to catch like a longer one and do a couple of strong maneuvers, and she's going to be into the 7s. So yeah, she might as well just like don't listen to anyone and go for a big air and goes and show the world she's not afraid of falling.
Well, yeah, she used it yesterday when she needed a score, when she went to the air, so she needed to push it. So maybe, if things get a little bit under the pump, or she's got to do something special, she can bring it out. But so it's always there.
It's interesting to see as well, when surfers do something like that, the reaction from the competitor and how that can affect their surfing. Maybe get Sally out of her comfort zone, force her to try and do something different. There's the squad, they're all wrapped up. We've got a bit of a system blowing in here. And some weather. Meanwhile, here goes Sal on the inside. Just kind of slicing across her face, and then bang, very nice. Releases the tail, goes down though, so trying to push it. Trying to add a little extra, just the one turn. Tried to make it really dynamic. It will be incomplete for her. Here goes Tia out the back, bang, first turn, whacks it, and then some deeper water wobbles her a bit, but she's good enough to recover that. The set up swoop. Now what she got here, a crucial section, and she'll go with a layback again. But at that time, the wave, the section was just a little flat, wasn't it?
Yeah, she was on the way to a score there. That's probably the first couple of signs of mistakes, potential nerves or tiredness, combination of. She had a score in the bag there. All she had to do really was just finish it off. It was a bit of a slopey section. We've seen what she could do with that layback, but I just think that was an error in terms of manoeuvre choice at the very end. So up until that stage, she was on the way to getting a solid score.
Yeah, the wave was really well surfed, but the last section was really soft, Ben. So she couldn't really apply one of those big laybacks or big turns that she would love. She started off well with a bit of a fin release out the back, cuts it short there and waits for the wave to build up, and fortunately didn't build enough for her to really just finish that wave off with a big turn.
17 on the clock here, and a couple of mistakes creeping into the surfing. The two of our outstanding performers throughout here, bit of rain squalling in off the Atlantic as well. These two in the water won't be thinking about that at all. Let's go down and hear from a roaming Chris Binns. What have you got, mate?
Yeah, we're down here with Tia's biggest cheer squad. This is her father, Gary, and mate, you must be thrilled with how this week's gone.
Yeah, it was like a pretty long week. It's the first time for Tia on the CS, and she has the wild card. And like each day, she proving like some crazy surfing, and it wasn't that the easiest hit she had on the draw. It was really hard from the beginning till the end, and she made each hit some surfing, crazy surfing, and some new generation surfing as well. Because like, yeah, she's young, but she's really strong on her mind, and she know how to surf good as well. So yeah, it's like each hit she made it, and now it's the final day and she's in the final. It's incredible.
You must be pretty used to this. She's won 3 QSs this year. Like, this form is amazing.
Yeah, of course. Like, she had a really good season on the QS this year. She told me like, yeah, I want to do some. And she made some good stuff, so she had a really good season, and I'm pretty excited to see her like on the CS next year.
Yeah, it gets finished. So she's gone into the top 20, so she can qualify for next year's challenges. Is that the plan?
I mean, the plan, yeah, for sure. For her goal was to try to qualify on the Challenger Series this year, and she asked me at the beginning of the year I want to do it. And it was just she knew she can do it, but she made like each QS as well. Like, she won in UK, and then she had a little bit trouble in Lacano, and then she put it again a big boost on Pantene and Anglet at home in France. So that was a really good stuff for her.
Can't stop winning. She's out of control. Now, about the family, we've been told that you guys are snowboarders.
Yeah, my wife and I, we were like snowboarding like professional.
From Tahiti.
Yeah, from Tahiti. This is like a Rasta Rocket film movie, but that's true. I'm from Tahiti, but you know, like when you like what you're doing and have the opportunity to do some snowboard, so that was the case to me to going on this one.
And obviously, your professional sporting background is carried on to your daughter. She's making the family proud this week. Congratulations, Dad.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
So if she can get the win, back up to you guys in the box.
Cheers, Binnsy. Great insights there with Gary. And he's got his little sister there as well on
She's
duty.
seen some heats, hasn't she? That little grom. She's seen every heat.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see her on the Challenger Series
Not
next
at
year.
all. Yeah, give it till she's 7. You know, give her a bit of time to grow into it.
14 on the clock here. Sally Fitz with the lead. It's not a big one. This was the fight back, looking for the 5-3. Didn't quite get it though.
Yeah, you can see that way when we were talking to her dad, Gary. Just not quite the dynamic finishes you're looking. That's nice. Hasn't been able to hit the lip or get the fins out just yet. 14 minutes on the clock. Both surfers have relatively low heat scores, very, very close. And you think as soon as someone just gets that, probably it's going to be one wave, 6 or a 7, even obviously an 8 will do it. I think there's going to be one wave that's going to flip this heat, and they've got 30 minutes to do it.
Chico Alves, who would you rather be, mate? 13.5 on the clock quickly, Sally or Tia?
With these conditions, Tia, for sure.
Let's go. So here we go. Sally Fitzgibbons with the lead and priority at the moment. Tia just chasing a 5.3. Who's going to be the champion for the women at EDP Ericeira Pro? Find out when we come back from break. Welcome back to the women's final. You're watching Tia Zabrowski of France, the 13-year-old at the moment, chasing a number. That number's gone up. You see Sally Fitz making her way back in the channel. She's just ridden the wave all the way down the point here, and you can see from the scoreboard things have moved on. So Sal, after getting a little bit stuck in the fives, a significant improvement here.
Yeah, we talked about someone just needing to step up and make a difference with a single wave, and it looks like Sal's done it with that turn. So a two-turn combo. The judges rewarding that last big section, a big hit. Goes up, puts the arms, extends out and lands with clean style and a bit of flair, a bit of body language. Big numbers there dropping, 7.67, just a bit more risk, a bigger section. Judges also looking to get out of the five zone.
Couple thought that was excellent.
Yeah, but you know, we saw the score first, didn't we? So we're trying to imagine what that wave was going to be like. I probably didn't expect to see two-turn combo. I thought it would have been one of the sort of trademark open face turns, a 4 or 5. But yeah, there's a few ways to do this, and Sally, ever adaptable, has got the march on her young opponent.
Just over 10 minutes for Tia now. What's she going to do, Shiko? 7.65 the requirement. How's that going to change her approach?
Well, now she needs to catch a really good one and really start to plug away big numbers. I feel like Sally is kind of running away with this one, this 7.67. It's a really high number for the scenario we have on hand. And yeah, Tia maybe needs some progression, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strength for her, maybe chasing that high number throughout this heat. She's kind of been looking for mid-ranges. It's not gone that well. She's looked just slightly like she's getting caught on a couple of sections. She's never really been able to express herself. Maybe right now, needing a bigger number, she'll be able to bring her best.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe there's no time now. She's got to go for it to some degree. Here's a wave here coming through, so maybe less time to sort of, not think about the score or building heat, more about just surfing a wave as hard, as fast as you can. Might be the key to her getting back in those big numbers she's been getting throughout the rest of the event.
Yeah, so set coming through here. No interest from Tia. Priority Sal. Second prio. She'll have a crack. And she's up here. She'll get some speed and then realise that one not offering a lot at all. That's why Tia wasn't interested. Barely even gave it a sideways glance. 9 minutes remaining for the youngster to try and find 7.65.
I would say with Tia, what she's done in most of these heats is that as soon as she gets one wave, she's been able to back it up really quickly with the second one. She's done that probably 3 or 4 times throughout the course of the event. So I think it's almost just getting that confidence, that first wave. Even if it's not the score she needs, if she gets a good number, I reckon she can quickly get back out there and get the momentum. That's what she's been doing successfully over the course of the event. Gary looking a little bit less.
Still early in her career here. What's going to be par for the course from what you've seen so far? Where's she going to go? How far is she going to go?
With her career?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've talked about being careful in putting too much pressure on such a young surfer's shoulders, but I think she's CT is the absolute minimum. I think she can make, like if it's not next year on the Challenger Series, it's going to be the year after. Even then, she's only 15. So if you think that she can get on the CT when she's 15 or 16, I think she'll be looking at a world title while she's 20, 21. I think she's that good. I really think, I know the level of those girls, Katie Simmons, Molly Picklum, I know there's a new generation, but from what I've seen this week, I think that's entirely within her range.
Finalists for the men getting ready. Callum Robson, the Australian, a picture of calm there down on the beach, wants the win here, needs points crucially to go back to championship tour. His opponent, Samuel Pupo, he's already heading to the CT. He's got that qualification done. He's been posting monster heat totals throughout this event, going excellent again in the semi. Get past Joel Vaughan, who's also been brilliant here this week. So that final coming in 7 minutes of time. Our situation unchanged. Tia still looking for that 7.65, hasn't been tempted to anything, so she knows the kind of wave. She's just going to wait there till she finds something. She needs a cleaner face. She hasn't been able to pick up the speed because the waves she's ridden, they've had that whitewater crumble from the lip, and it's not allowed her to accelerate as we know she can do. Sally snaffled that good looking wave, got the combos done. So a little bit of interest here, and Sally will just pretend to go, try and sell it. Tia keeping an eye on things. Now she'll just kind of review that one, check her decision, have a look at the wave and think, was there a 7 on that? Did look like that one just kind of slipped under without really gathering too much energy to get overly excited about. Sally's been in this position lots of times before. You'd be thinking should be the cooler of the two at the moment. Obviously, she got the lead as well.
Yeah, I mean, just the muscle memory, the amount of heat she surfed. Probably no surfer has probably surfed more. Maybe Kelly Slater potentially, but yeah, in terms of pure heat numbers, she's right up there in the top 5 in the world. She's so experienced, always been really calm and composed. So yeah, she'll be happy exactly where she's got her opponent boxed in a little bit. She'll be doing all old tricks, trying to sell everything she can, because she knows Tia can still swing this heat at 7.65 with 5 minutes to go. Is so gettable. So yeah, she knows that she's got a long 5 minutes coming her way.
Some energy in here. Tia's made good decisions. There's been a set that came through, sort of flattered to deceive. She wasn't interested in it again. She would just let this go. So some of these bigger waves, we heard Miguel Pupo say he didn't think it was necessarily about the bigger ones, it was about the steeper ones. That's what you're looking for here, the waves that allow you to get the speed. Tia very much on that program as well. Let's check the recap of the women's final thus far. We're still 5 on the clock. And it started off with Tia looking all right beginning of this one.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she made a couple of mistakes. She fell off on a takeoff, which she hasn't done. This was a big layback. And she got a single turn, got around a 5.5. But this heat's never really taken off. Both surfers in the first 20 minutes were just getting these mid-range scores, getting lots of 5s, a bit scrappy. We said there's going to be 1 point of difference, and this is the point of difference. Fitzgibbon on a bigger wave, a big section, and a big finish, and that's what's got her the lead at the moment. It seems to be a really high number for that 2-turn combo. The first turn was kind of a setup turn, so it was really all on that last big closeout re-entry, and that's what's got her out in front with just on 4.5 minutes to go.
Tia needs a wave here. She needs to go 7.65, and she's been very patient indeed. It's probably been a pretty good call, but at some point that needs to change. She will need to stand up and start surfing. At some point, Sally will look just to sort of rattle around and buzz around a little bit here, try and get active and find something. Chico, with 4 on the clock, would you still rather be Tia or Sally now? Very much in the driving seat.
Well, I have to be Sally now. Like she has been kind of dominating the whole lead.
I got a feeling Tia's going to find a wave here and ask a question of the panel. I just feel like the way her summer's going, her energy's going, with just the relationship with the ocean, the way things are gone, I think we'll see her get something. I just got that feeling we've got more in store for us. Meanwhile, Sally will keep going here, quick in and out. And these waves that she's catching, is she actually trying to add to her score, or is she trying to sell the youngster something?
Well, she was a little bit deeper there. I think she's, yeah, more just looking to maybe improve on that low, relatively low backup of 5.47, and then just have a little crack. Also, just keep her opponent guessing. You know, there's a lot of movement going on now. She'll go back out, paddle back on the inside again. So a bit of a combination. I think she's having a sniff. If there's any opportunity in a wave, she'll go it. And if by some reason Tia falls for it, well, she wins that battle as well. So just, yeah, some mind games.
There's has been anyone on the Challenger Series history that entered the first one and won since the Challenger Series exists? I don't think so.
I don't know, is the answer. It'd be a pretty remarkable story if Tia does become the first one. We've had some wild card winners, but yeah, maybe not their first ever Challenger Series event. Challenger Series has been going, what, this is the third year? So yeah, it's a pretty big ask just to rock up in your first ever event against the world's best surfers, loads of CT surfers, and win. That's what Zabrowski is trying to do right now. But as time keeps ticking down, the patient approach so far hasn't paid off. She hasn't got long to go now, Evans.
Couple of minutes and change to go in this women's final here. It's Sally Fitzgibbons with a strong lead, really. even your opponent needing to go up to a high 7 with a couple of minutes is pretty good competitive surfing in any heat, particularly in a final. Sally staying in motion, working this thing over, gets the release of the tail on the inside. Meanwhile, here goes Tia. She's used prio here, slicing. Now, this midsection of the wave will be crucial for the score if she is going to go up in that range. It looks like looking to try and find a steep section. She'll go up and throw it above the lip. She'll release the tail. Sally was kind of paddling up the face, so just sort of changed the line that she was taking there and got in her mind a little bit. Had to make an adjustment. The crucial part of that is the fact she went incomplete.
Yeah, it's waited a long time for that wave. The first turn was good. Starts going the rail work here, and you're right, Sally just in her line of vision, sort of just coming up here. And now she puts on the afterburners, and she was always late to that one. Went for the progression. If she landed it, might have been a chance. But with a minute to go, you think that might be the end of the young Tahitian's run. A minute to go. She might not get out the back. Sally Fitzgibbons, meanwhile, also getting a number down here to come in. So just come up against a really wildly committed,
that was going to be the score,
opponent.
Right?
Yeah,
like
that was
the
a call.
first turn was really good. If she landed that, she was going excellent, I reckon. We'll never know. This is the replay of Sal.
Yeah, just a quick carve, and I really enjoyed this turn. A lot of extension here, bangs it, drifts the fins, controls it, and she improved 593. So Sally a bit more far away from Tia now.
Yeah, it just increases that lead ever so slightly. Still a score to come in for Tia, but I think with 20 seconds on the clock, we might be about to wrap it up. Another incredible effort from the Australian veteran. If she can hold on here, in terms of commitment, in terms of focus, instead of staying motivated, it's such an impressive performance. And to share it with that young 13-year-old would be even more special for her, I'd imagine. So Fitzgibbons has won it, Paul, and that is an incredible performance from the iconic surfer.
Congratulations, Sally Fitzgibbons, your champion at the EDP Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia 2024. The Aussie squad enjoying that. They're in full voice. Another win in the glittering career of Sally Fitzgibbons. The target was re-qualifying. She got that done and then went all the way for the win here in Portugal. She's your champion. Just showing her class out there in tough conditions. A squall came in. It really messed things up, actually. A lot of wind came through. Sally didn't look bothered at all. Built up that momentum. The fives coming through and then just improving. And it looks like she's just found out herself. So there she go. Look at her face. I thought she was playing it quite cool. Now she's getting the information confirmed. She's the champion. Look at her face.
Yeah, she never tires of winning. She's going to go and have a chat, try and see her opponent who you think will get some wise words of advice from the elder statesman. Oh, just wait for the set. Don't get poked in the eye. She's just trying to impart a bit more knowledge there. But these two, well, they're going to be, you know, we'll see if they ever get to meet on the CT. Sally's still got some years left on. She thinks she'll be there for a while yet. She's there next year, that's for sure. And whether Zabrowski can get there in time will be interesting, but just too good, too strong. And Zabrowski just not, for the first time in the whole event, just not catching fire, not getting the right waves.
Tell you what, it was that one wave that came through, I felt like there was a score coming on that. The first time out the bat, we only picked up on the replay, didn't we? It was a good hit. And then if she had managed to get that reverse done over the white water, who knows? It is Sally Fitz that got it done. And using the power and going into the lip. And essentially, just with a great read, crucially, on this wave. We've had all surfers really say some of the problems it poses in terms of performance surfing. Good enough Sally is to get a good read on them and just unlock and entertain as well. And you can see how much winning means to her. You don't get to this stage of your career unless you enjoy the wins, you relish them. Maybe it's not everything that you're all about. Well, it's so much hard work put in. This is the payoff.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Sally fell off the tour, so those wins are becoming more and more, you know, rarer as she goes on into her career. So to get that feeling, you know, she's talked about how hard she works at it, and it still means so much. Even now, you know, 20 years into her career, effectively, it still means as much as ever. And we're about to get her a little chat. I reckon she'll be one very happy lady.
Chico, your thoughts on that final?
Amazing one, experienced one. I know the new generation was up there, and Tia had an amazing event. She should be really proud of herself. But the veteran there, Sally Fitzgibbon, always goes to show that a bit of experience, it's always good.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few people have more. And there she is, up on the shoulders in the customary beach, elevated, being all the Aussies right behind her. There's not many people that don't like Sally Fitzgibbons, I'll tell you that. She's managed to be an incredible competitor, but also be a ridiculously nice one as well. She's an icon for a reason, and it's a huge, huge win for her. Icing on the cake of already getting a qualification here in Portugal yet again. So in terms, well, she couldn't got any better this week. She's got waves, she's won the event, she's qualified the CT. And she's done it with a smile and no shortage amount of incredible surfing.
Yeah, in terms of storylines, there's been a lot of talk about that narrative of the surfers with the experience taking on the younger generation, and that very much is what we saw in that final with the youngest surfer here, 13 years old, a sensation out of France. Tia Zabrowski coming up against Sally Fitzgibbons and that trophy cabinet. At Sally's place, she'll need to make a little bit of room there. She'll have the EDP Ericeira Pro Trophy to add to all that other silverware that she's got. And you can see how delighted she is. Absolutely loving this, chaired up the beach and just soaking it up, relishing it. We talked about the work that goes in. She's still so active with her career and the training and just being relentless. Coming back from setbacks, you get knocked down, you pick yourself back up, you fall off tour, you go and win the challenges.
Yeah, and she mentioned before just how heartbreaking that falling off the tour was. You know, for a person who's been on it for so long, at the top of the game, there was a real wrench to sort of get knocked off and to not be where she thought she deserved to be. And then, you know what she did, as you said, she dusted herself off, she concentrated on the job at hand, and then within sort of 4 or 5 months, she's getting cheered up the beach, a massive smile on a dial. So incredible, incredible scenes here. And Sally Fitzgibbons, as you can say, it doesn't look like she's sick of this just yet. She's absolutely loving it. There's Binzi, and we'll get a chance to speak to her shortly and see just how stoked she is.
All right, let's go and chat with the champ. Sally Fitzgibbons is with Chris Binns.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Sally Fitzgibbons, you've just won the EDP Ericeira Pro. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, I'm that excited. I couldn't hear a thing, and I was like, all right, well, let's just surf then. And I kind of tried to feel it out and knew she kind of had to score, but we couldn't hear a thing. So it was a big surprise to get the win, and I'm so happy. She's so much drive, like this generation coming through, and they're so fierce, like in pre-surfs and stuff. They just don't even look you in the eye. They just paddle past you, dropping on you. Just make you feel like you've never been here before. And something in that just gives you so much drive and desire to come up against them in heats.
You were on the tour before Tia Zabrowski was born. It's crazy, the generational gap on the tour right now.
I'd calculated that before I went out. I was like, she born in 2010. That's crazy. Like, we were on tour a couple of years by then, and I don't know, it's just a cool experience. Like, I remember being their age, and it's a cool experience to still be here and kind of reminisce on what it's like to ride that way from 13 to 20. And so yeah, it's just it's a credit to our generation and how hard we push and how hard we work. Just to give these guys the space now to walk this path and not have to think twice about it, and just see that talent come through. So our generation, thanks for being us, and then the one before us to give us the space. Oh.
There's a lot of young Aussie talent who's pretty proud of you, all these ladies who looked up to you when they were younger. It must be good to give back and inspire them and know that they're all trying to do their best to emulate you now.
You don't really feel like you're inspiring them because, as I said, they're so fierce, they're so confident, they know what they're doing. So I'm just here to ride that wave and push hard with them. And yeah, you just never know if you keep showing up and just keep trying. That's all. I guess at the end of the day, I know I tried real hard.
We're so glad to have you back on the tour, Sal. Time to get down there and support Callum. Congratulations.
Oh, I'm so excited, and go the Aussies and all my family, my team. Mum back home, Dad's here, but yeah, Jarrell Power, we did it. Yee-hoo!
Back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, thanks, Benzie. Congratulations. Your champion, Sally Fitzgibbons, here in Portugal. Just one more heat to go. It's the men's final. Samuel Pupo will be taking on Callum Robson. Two big hitters. 35 minutes of that right after the break.
The EDP Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, official energy partner of the WSL in Portugal. By Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal. By Hertz, official rental car of the WSL in Portugal. By You and the Sea, your hotel in Ericeira by the sea. And by Mayo, official technology partner of the WSL in Portugal.
Who's ready for the men's final? Having a look at Callum Robson, who is leaping up the ratings with a final finish here. If he gets the win, that'll be a massive 10,000 points for his campaign. Wants to get back to the CT, already heading that way. Samuel Pupo, ranked number 2, coming into this. And he's been electrifying. Both of these two have been brilliant throughout the rounds here, picking up live action. And it is the end of a wave for Robson. His number in on the scoreboard there. His first effort, a mid-ranger. You can see a decent score has already dropped for Samuel. So no let-up at all from the Brazilian. Has already got a score in. Callum Robson's work, well, he knows exactly what he's got to do out here. He's been keeping an eye on these conditions, and he's generally kind of that quiet, confident energy. Let's have a look at this wave.
Yeah, there it is. Big blow on the tail there. First turn winds up, and there's another big turn. So 2 massive turns out the back. This is what he does. He just puts all his energy into driving down the line, those real powerful lower body, and just finishes off with a couple of big turns. This one here cracks it. You can see just regathering here. Crunches down, and then boom, slides his tail out. So that is great surfing from the Australian. He knows how to put together a couple of big power moves, and yeah, he's looking good.
Yeah, this was during the break, the 467. Nice snap there. Lines up again, gets around it, goes, floats the boat there. He's carrying a lot of speed throughout the whole wave, and a bit of a fall. So this was the 7 of Migi Ben.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo just on a bit of foam, but he doesn't mind that. He's got that little click and still keeps his speed. I think he has to get a pretty good finish down the end here for the 7. Winds up and then also adds a bit of flair. So again, he just keeps doing this. It's on repeat. We've seen a lot of it. But Sammy driving down. You see his fins going through the water, goes to the air, hucks it round, lands it pretty cleanly, and then doesn't get a bonus section. So again, a 7 and a 5.33, strong start. See that rotation, Chico. He's got it all, this kid.
Yeah, he's got it all, and in the middle of like a few minutes, he's just posted a 7 and a 5.33, and he caught that wave, pedaling back out, and he threw there just to get that back up. So putting a lot of pressure right at the start of the heat, Paul.
No let up, really, is it? His combo, 12.33. His opener 2 waves, the 7 and the 5.33. Robson's reply is just under in terms of the high score and the low number as well. So his requirement 6.31. We're not looking too much at requirements at the moment. We're just hoping for more surfing, but a good exchange to kick things off. A bomb out the back on the outside reef, and Robson in red up. He's got a little double up section here. What does he do with it? So driving back, gets that hit off the oncoming section. Just the one turn though. So would have loved for a runner there and multiple connections. Just that one decent turn. Not loads of points in that. He'll keep plugging away here. A win would be absolutely crucial for him. Sam surfing with the freedom. Different sort of energy from these two, just in terms of how much a win would mean here, although everyone wants to get a win, of course.
Yeah, Callum, it's only his 4th event. Hold that line as you see Pupo live action. He's got that first turn. It's so smooth, and there's that wrap that he's been using a lot. And there's another one. So he's been using that, affecting that in that mid part of the wave, and he's going to go for the finish here. And that's what he's been doing. So he's literally on a tear again. Got the momentum, just getting wave after wave. And that's pretty much been the prototype for all his wins.
Well, one of the great stories in European surfing has been unfolding this summer. It is the young 13-year-old Tia Zabrowski, your losing finalist here. And she's a brilliant surfer. She's with Chris Binns.
Thank you very much, Tia. Not the result you wanted in the final, but congratulations on an incredible event.
Thank you. Yeah, I was pretty much to not win that one, but I mean, it's my first Challenger Series. I went until the final, and I'm really happy with what I did. And yeah, I'll be even more hungry for the next one.
Were you talking to Sally in the final, or were you guys just locked in?
Like in the water? No, I was like really focused on what I'm doing. I'm pretty mad I didn't get the rhythm of the heat and the waves, but yeah, still really happy.
Your first ever Challenger Series event, and you finished second. It's an incredible achievement. Does that make you hungry to want to do more of this?
Yeah, it makes me way more hungry to I absolutely want to win one, and yeah, I'm qualified for next year, and I'm really excited to do it again.
What are your plans from now? Just go surf and hang out?
Yeah, I think so.
Obviously, some friends back home. You'd like to say thank you to?
Coucou tout le monde, je voulais dire merci à maman, merci à toute ma famille de m'avoir supporté, je vous aime très fort. Et puis la prochaine, j'essaierai de gagner cette fois. Et je suis super contente d'être jusqu'en finale, merci tout le monde. Et
Beautifully said. Well, you've put the world on notice this week. Congratulations on your performances.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, well done, Tia. Incredible surfer she is, and I don't think that's the last we're going to see of her in a final in a major event.
No, she's got more coming away. She's probably just going to have to go and catch up all the homework she's missed out on this week. You see Robson banging down the line, going to go to the air, and doesn't pull it off. Yeah, you were talking about these two. Like, Callum, in terms of points, though, Paul, you know, it's only his 4th event. And he hasn't had a result in any other 3. Missed the US Open due to injury. So if he were to get a win, all those 10,000 points will go straight into the bag, and he'll be right up. You know, he'll climb up into the high 20s. So yeah, it's massive for Cal. His first real event where he's done any good the whole year, and he's still 22 minutes away from potentially winning. Although that man Samuel Pupo just keeps getting 7-point rides, seemingly at will.
Well, he's sitting 38th now in the rankings, and I think this result is going to help him a lot. Going into Saquarema, we know Samuel is qualified, but Callum, he can do it in Saquarema, right?
Yeah,
with a couple of big hits, and he's right up there, right? With adding big points now in Ericeira, and yeah, Saquarema is a place he did well back on tour.
Yeah, he broke his leg too. It's no small injury he's overcome. So he wasn't even, you know, when he was coming here just feeling it out, really. He wasn't quite sure where his level was at, but he's pretty much shown that. Meanwhile, this guy's level is just, I sort of compare that wrap to Mick Fanning, which is no small comparison, but he does it with such speed, but with no, you know, there's no jitters, there's no sort of rough edges on it. He just seems to be improving his technique, if anything, getting the waves that allows his, you know, that technique to shine. So he's now yet again in a really commanding position.
Yeah, big noise from the squad watching on. They love that 7-5, so improves his high score, and he's just been relentless out here. Seems to have such a good read on this wave. And he talked about how he felt like, even though he got the win here, he felt like he doesn't know the wave. I'm not sure I believe him there. He looks so locked in. I think a little bit of modesty there from him, but he's that sort of character. Doesn't like to let his talking do the talking. It's when he surf like this, that's all you really need. And at the moment, he's in a really strong spot here. Good numbers again, 14.5. Big bro Miguel watching on. Just under 21 minutes. Priorities with Samuel. He'll use that there. He wanted this wave. Let's see why. Here he goes. Bang. First turn, drifts out, the tail and the fins, and that's it. So Cal sold him a bit of a dud there.
Yeah, I think he saw a double up section. He really got quite excited about it, I think. And with Callum also pushing him, that may have just pushed him over the edge. But yeah, not a wave that's going to count. Leaves Robson out there with a bit of breathing space. Priority needs or massive number or a combination of would helpful as well. So he'll regroup. 3 minutes on the clock. He needs to fight back pretty sharpish. I think Pupo can easily improve his sevens. We saw him do that yesterday. So yeah, it's pretty pivotal this next 5 minutes for Cal.
Yeah, Chico, you Callum Robson. It's 20 minutes. You got priority. What do you do next?
Well, he really needs to step up his game. Like Samuel is top notch. He was always posting huge numbers.
What sort of wave is he? He's looking for a set.
No, he's looking for an excellent wave for sure, but not only the wave. He needs to outperform himself to really match up excellent numbers with Samuel. Just because when you're in the final against Samuel Pupo, you cannot only just pick up a good wave. You need to outperform yourself and really release your best surfing to match his numbers. Otherwise, you're going to be just shy away from getting those excellent numbers.
All right, he's all scrambling wide to try and get in a position. Samuel inside will snaffle this. Here we'll go. And he's up here with a big lead and a section in front of him. And there's a massive rotation down to the flats. That's a heavy section. He won't get the landing there. That was ambitious. It was audacious. It was entertaining. And he is a performer, he's an entertainer, and he's going big and he's pushing here.
Yeah, he's got some numbers, and one section he just went for it, the rotator, and you see the board fling up. It was a heavy impact. This one here is going to show it how close he was. That's a big section to do an air, lands there, his knees compress, board flings up, he goes the opposite direction, straight down to the reef. The Brazilians loving it, you said, yeah, the audacity of it, if nothing else, but not a counter. Robson still out there, chipping weight, waiting for that wave.
18 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Cal will just have to be patient here. Think about that number, the 847, that is the requirement for him, so he'll need to get a bomb and just go absolutely mad on it. Well, he's well capable of doing that. We've been talking about his performances on the championship tour over the last couple of years. He's got an opportunity here. Here he goes. Decent looking opening section. The Australian Robson. First turn is just a setup. And now in here, this is nice and steep. What's he going to do? Hits it hard and then goes on the accelerator, but can't come around the section. So that won't be the number that he needs. Sal in the crowd cheering on Callum, hanging with the Aussies.
Keeps the singlet on. Classic Fitzgibbons. Ain't taking that winning singlet off for a while. Yeah, straight down there supporting the crew, which is great. Yeah, as we said, he's waited a long time for this. This second turn, you can see he waited for it, and then he had to cut it short to sort of race down the line, and then it just closed out. So definitely not the wave he needs. He needs better than that. It's a mistake. I mean, when you pull the trigger, you never know exactly what's going to happen on these waves, but that one never had a, you know, a big section coming towards him or an open face, so it's not going to count. And he'll have to go there and regroup. Probably about the halfway stage, so much time left. There's so much opportunity out here. The swell's building. There's loads of waves. The tide's good. It's all set up for him. You just need to get up in that excellent range on the next attempt, you'd think.
Yep, 60 minutes to go now, and Callum there with a bit of a good-looking wave that turned out to be really bad at the end. But let's see if he can fly a bit under the radar and catch an excellent number and the priority. Just because we can see that the swell is picking up really fast, as we see out the back. There's some big sets arriving now to Ericeira, and this was expected. And it's good for Callum. You can kind of like fly a bit under the radar and get one of these double ups that are coming in right now.
Yeah, sometimes that second priority just takes the decision-making sort of process out a little bit. You're a bit more inclined to go anyway that sort of comes your way. You don't have to worry about being patient, you just have to worry about surfing. That could be an advantage. And if we see him, for example, here, I mean, that's what he's done right there. He probably wouldn't have gone that without priority, but here he goes, he's pulled the trigger, and it's not going to work out for him.
Under the 16-minute mark here, it's Samuel Pupo, who's been posted huge numbers throughout the event. A couple of sevens in this. He's put a big requirement on Callum Robson, the Australian, currently chasing 8.47. Is he going to get there? Is Samuel Pupo going to hang on to the lead? Find out as we conclude the final when we come back from break. Welcome back to finals day, the men's final in the water right now. Under 14 minutes to go in it. And we're watching Callum Robson. And here he'll go, pushing off the bottom. And then wrapping one, hooking in the pocket. Opening up the body here. And then nothing really forthcoming. Meanwhile, loose as a goose out the back. Pupo releases the tail slide. That's out, and then he'll get back and he'll get priority as well. So very much in control here. Callum Robson, his last 6 waves, they've been 2s and 3s and 1s or less. He's not been able to get much going. Samuel is pretty comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, you can see how much sort of release he's got there. Yeah, he's got those 7s in the bag, got them early as well. And Robson, with or without priority, just hasn't been able to claw his way back. None of the waves allowing him to show his true potential. He keeps going. It's not a bad approach. Eventually, one of these waves is going to open up for him, and he's going to be ready to pounce. But yeah, the last 5 waves have been like this. Just, you know, showing his good surfing, but the wave just not delivering. And now, 12 minutes. We talked about there being loads of opportunities. Talked about being halfway in the heat. As we get down to that 10-minute mark, which is coming our way shortly, it starts to get a bit more critical, considering he needs that big number, an 8.47 at the moment. That's a huge number. So Cal under the pump, and that's what Pupo's been doing all event, just boxing people in. He's only been in sort of under duress a couple of times, maybe once or twice from memory.
he's always been aiming to get the lead and hold on to it. So right now, you'd back him to, you know, continue that trend. He's in the lead. He's in form. He's 12 minutes away from another win here in Ericeira.
Yeah, this final is just starting to feel like it's Sam Wells, isn't it? Just the way things are going for Callum at the moment, apart from the requirement. Even if he had a much lower requirement, the sort of waves he's catching right now and unable to really unlock quality. And that wind has picked up a lot, actually. And anytime that happens and you feel like conditions are getting tougher, you'd always rather be the person with the scores already on the board rather than the person chasing. But we won't count him out of this at all. He can still get a couple of sevens with 11.5 minutes, so he'll be right in this. He's competed at the very highest level against the very best in the world on the CT. He's been brilliant on that tour, so let's see how he goes in the rest of this final here. Priority with Pupo at the moment. Here's our live rankings. Samuel, guess what? He's number 1.
Yeah, he's progressed up that all-important, well, you know, top of the Challenger Series rankings with another event to go. Ingavea opted out surfing in this event, as he'd already qualified. Malaya Muniz there also done for the CT. That's the big stories. Yeah, on that leaderboard, you can see, you know, that probably Joel Vaughan's the big surprise packet up to 9th. But Sammy, courtesy of this result, has got the top of the rankings and he's not done yet.
Here goes Callum, a big wave, drops down this, just fires down the face. And then that one will just fold and go down the line and shut down, close out. Not what he wanted. The one behind. Looks like it's got a nice face on it, actually. He'll just duck dive under that. And he'll let that one roll down the reef. He'll get in the lineup with about 10 minutes and a few seconds to... Here we go. So the next page of the rankings. And look how crucial this is. So Callum Robson, as of right now, 11th and knocking on that door.
Yeah, incredible jump from number 38. I think he came into Portugal on the rankings. And then within the space of a week, he's jumped 27 spots and he's still got the potential to improve on that, potentially. So go to Brazil, potentially in the top 10. But yeah, what an incredible event he's had. Coming back from injury, he's been on the CT before. He's CT ready. And now he's giving himself a massive shot. And if he can just get a couple of scores here, get out of these boxes in right now, he can go even further, you know, up the rankings. But he's going to need a couple of waves here. He's just had 6 or 7 twos in a row.
Big set, big wild and woolly one out the back, the wind getting hold of this now, kind of chewing it up a bit. Pupo won't mind that particularly. He'll be very comfortable with the way things are going right now. To him, everything's glassy because he is absolutely cruising in terms of his event here, the numbers he's been getting, the performances he's been able to do. So, but signalling here from Miguel. What does this mean? Ball pointing up in the air. Keep going.
Yeah.
So carry on.
Yeah,
do what you're doing.
Potentially. We're just sort of looking at. We talked about Tia Sebastian in the first ever Challenger Series win and whether, you know, she could get that first win in the first event. But this could be Samuel Pupo's third Challenger Series event win in the last 2 seasons. So, Chico, it's pretty amazing to consider, like, you know, just, you know, those event wins don't come that often. They're very difficult to get. The fact that he's got 3 of them, there's only 6 a year. He's got 3 of them in the last 2 years. Just shows the level that he's operating at. He's too good for the Challenger Series, basically. He's CT ready.
Yeah, he is. I think it was unfortunate that he didn't make the cut. I think he's that good. Samuel shouldn't be allowed to do this. Yes, he should. He didn't make the cut, but you're in. Okay, just let's say that, because otherwise you're going to win.
Let's save everyone's time. Yeah, you're too good for the CS.
He is, and this is the recap of this one so far, Ben.
Yeah, he started off strong, Callum. These waves, probably not the best waves, but his surfing was on point. You could tell he was fired up. He was really powering through those bumps and lumps. He's got the rail game that he can sort of deal with that more than most. But then, just Pupo just does what he does. Gets the really good waves, much steeper faces, smoother surfing. So his wave selection was better. And then every time he's got a good wave like this, he's made it count. Just adding a bit of extra sort of dynamic surfing at the end. And this little wave, you think, okay, is this a good wave? Well, it is. He starts going to the air here. So mixing it up, doing it all, and getting a finish as well. So Yeah, Sammy Pupo has been the form surfer of the event, and he just keeps going through these top turns. He did really well on the Gold Coast, hasn't he, on that Challenger Series. Now it's on the CT.
Oh.
Him at Snapper, surfing like this, yeah, I'd really back him to do well there. He's got a style that suits that wave. He knows it well. He's got experience as well, so don't want to get ahead of ourselves too much. But yeah, Robson is in a whole lot of strife. He just can't get out of this rut he's in terms of these really poor waves. He keeps swinging. He keeps trying. Nothing's coming off for him.
Yeah, but he'll keep backing himself. We talk about his work ethic, particularly. He'll keep plugging away here. This was his last effort.
Yeah, a bit more sort of slower pace. Nice first turn. Just hoping it sort of reels off on the inside. I think she's got a bit more to work with here. Goes for the air, lands it, and then goes along. That came from nothing almost. He's still going. Try and get one more finish on the inside. His tired legs, you can tell he's got a lot of waves. That was his 10th wave he's ridden. But at least he's got him at least up into the better scoring range than all the previous 6 or 7, which have been really low scores. And nice little air there. We didn't see it coming. Nice bit of rotation, Chicay. You liked it. And yeah, he needs an 8.47. Pretty clear that he's not going to get that score. But he's won a CS before. He won on the Gold Coast. We're just talking about Samuel Pupo doing well there, but he's no stranger to CS wins. But I tell you what, he's got to do a bit more of that. A 5.83. Still needs that massive 8-point ride.
As you see the boys there, shooting up the last wave of column, 5.83. So a lot of hard work there, but not really enough to take him away from that bad position, you know. But
yeah, he's had a lot of hard work. He travelled a lot of distance, a lot of turns. The legs were burning by the end of it, but it really doesn't help him too much.
It's a tired-looking paddle, isn't it, on the way back out as well, particularly when your number comes in. It doesn't bring down your requirement as well, so basically nothing, that wave sort of didn't happen, essentially. His number's just the same. All it's done is it's taken some time off the clock here and made it slightly more difficult in terms of the time remaining in this final. Pupo is cruising here. He's looking very relaxed indeed with those 7s locked in real early. We mentioned the success that he's been able to have on the Challenger Series. He's just been a class above really all event. You think about that one heat, you know, we quite often say that, oh, this should be a final. When we look at the matchups, it doesn't always sort of work out what happened in the wars. But think about that heat he had as well yesterday. It was just unbelievable. Let's go down and hear from his brother, Miguel Pupas with Binzi.
All right, down here with a very nervous Miguel. How are you feeling? Has he got this one?
I don't know, you know, he's in a good position and definitely, but he's just waiting. I feel like he only has to go if Callum wants to go and if it looks like a good wave, and that's it.
I feel like the brothers here, you get more emotional and more stressed for each other's performances than your own.
Yeah, we do, definitely. You know, it's always hard to watch because you can't control much. But I know he's a really calm guy, you know. He's not very emotional like I am. I cry for everything, but he's more calm, so I feel like he got this one.
If he wins this one, he's won 3 of the last 11 events on the Challenger Series. That's a phenomenal strike rate.
Yeah, it is. He's battling for a wave right now. But yeah, it's crazy because I feel like he got the level to be on top 10 on the World Tour like he did in 22. But, you know, with the cut and everything, and if you don't get good results straight off the bat, I feel like you don't have the confidence to keep going. So I think that's what happened with him the last few years.
All right, well, Team Pupo has come to Portugal and done it very nicely this week. You're almost there yourself. You're more or less on. Good luck in Brazil.
Thank you guys. See you in Brazil.
Thanks, Binzi. Oh, when Miguel Pupo explains things, it just
makes life easier.
It makes life just sound so nice, doesn't it? He just lays it down in that kind of calm, reassuring voice. Yeah, or positive energy always.
Yeah, it just puts you at ease. He should be a doctor or something, shouldn't he? Imagine if Dr. Pupo came in. You're like, oh, okay.
Just before like your driving test, and he's like, yeah, just slip it into first, release the clutch. He just kind of explains everything so easily.
You've got this. Yeah, you've just got this, mate. You're fine.
Great guy to have in your corner, and a great surfer to beat willing on in the form of his younger brother Samuel Pupo with good numbers every single time he's paddled out of this contest. Those 7 still good value. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Robson, 8.47 is that requirement. He's got prio. He'll need to make a decision soon.
Yeah, he's got a bit of distance between him and his opponent, but he's got no time. That 8.47, those big sets, just breaking out the back, draining a bit more, taking a bit more energy off him, taking some time out of the heat. 2 minutes to go. His decision, well, yeah, he needs a massive number as well. So I'd be inclined even just to wait for anything, even if it's not, you know, you can't go a small wave. You just got to go, you know, even if it doesn't come, you're better off waiting for that potential. An 8.47. It looks like with a minute 35, that set has gone, and with it the opportunity. He's running out of time. And Robson has marched up the rankings. He's had an incredible run. It looks like it might just be petering out. It hasn't been one for the ages, this final, let's be honest. It's been a bit of a scrappy affair. Pupo just coming out early, those sevens, and since then it's been a bit of a hard watch. That won't matter to Samuel Pupo. He's done all the hard work all through the heats. Got the CT qualification, and he's going to go again here.
Here's Samuel. He's up. Just over a minute on the clock. And he'll go get that rotation, just kind of cruising really through that one. Into the final minute of this here. The crowd are braving the elements. They're enjoying the action in the water. Now, have we got a last opportunity, Robson? I see sets steaming in here onto the reef at Ribeira. His first task is at least just to get a wave and pose a question to the panel. Get to your feet. Just see what's in front of you, surf without thinking about that score. Just try and rip in hard. He'll have to try and go something here. A woolly one out the back will just cap over and come through all flat. With this low tide and the building swell, these waves all the way on the outside, they're just kind of losing their energy and spreading it over the reef. And what you really want when you need an excellent score, you need a bit of cooperation here. Final 15 seconds, he's going to have to try and go this wave. If he knows how long's left, he'll go here. Counting down with 10. Callum Robson looking for the 8.47. He's up, and his first turn is a pretty cruisy chop back towards the whitewater. Now it'll stand up a bit. He'll just prod one, and he'll try and fire into a lip here. Gets the float, puts it straight down, and then still going with speed down the line. The wave not offering really anything. A really hard wave to surf, even for a man of his caliber. He surfed pretty well in that final, but really it was all about the man from Brazil. Samuel Pupo is your champion here at the EDP Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. He's won here in the past. And what an incredible surfer he is, and what a way to get yourself back onto the CT, because if you squeak in 10th or 9th or something, you're stoked. But hey, getting wins on this tour, getting it done early, heading home to Brazil with that qualification locked in, he'll be loving this.
Yeah, absolutely. No better result. You know, if you set out all the goals from the start of the week, he would have ticked them off one by one. He's done it with no small amount of style. He's done it with no small amount of grace either. He's been good to have around. He's been in loads of interviews. He's been helping out his brother. And his surfing has been absolutely top-notch. So, yeah, a well-deserved winner. You can't take that away from him. He's been electric.
He's been electric, and what a win for him. It's one of those moments. He won it year before. You can expect Samuel to do well here, but to win it twice is something really special. As you can see, it means a lot to him. Although he's qualified, it's a victory. There's a lot of points on offer. Prize monies, they need it. They travel the globe. So what a good moment there for the Pupo family. And to do that with your brother on the beach is even better. And I don't know what that is, but it might be something really, really special, Ben.
Yeah, they've worked as a team, and they're going to share the glory as a team. But it's that man. You can see how much it means to him. His brother said he's not the most emotional guy, but he's showing some emotion now. You know, all that hard work, all the focus, all paid off. Yeah, an incredible feeling. And yeah, Samuel Pupo, well, he's back. He's back in a big way.
Yeah, flying the flag there on the beach. So a lot of Brazilian flags. We can see that we have seen at least 5.
Let's see when they do the old sort of chairlift there over the rocks, a bit of a technical sort of haul up the beach would be good to watch. Yeah. Really, you know, test the bait. There he goes, up on the shoulders of his good mates, the Brazilians. The flag's flying high. We saw it in the last one. The Aussies were flying the flag. This time it's the Brazilians.
They love this country. They love coming to Portugal. Historic links. They speak the same lingo, and they're super comfortable here. And they always enjoy themselves immensely. And, well, no one's enjoying himself more than Samuel Pupo right now. Samuel on fire. Big numbers. Really interesting to get his average heat totals. He got a sort of 18, 19 point yesterday. Wrapped up with a 14.5 here. Just been too good, really. And I can't really remember a time when he was in ever really looked like losing.
Yeah, I mean, an interesting point, that heat that he surfed against Mateus, and there was some talk, some people thought, oh, maybe he'll let Mateus, you know, he's already qualified, maybe he'll go kind of easy, let Mateus get some points, try and qualify his mate, help him get there, but you know what? It's these moments. This is what it's all about for him. There's no way he's just going to roll over and let what is an opponent, even if they're friends, get one over on him, and he wants to get that winning feeling. He wants to be the champion again here in Portugal. He's done that. Looks like Binzi's ready. And we'll go and hear from Samuel.
All right. Well, the crowd's going wild, and why not? Congratulations, Sammy Pupo.
Oh my God, what a feeling. What an amazing year. Amazing crowd here in Ericeira. Just can't believe with everything that happened this contest, you know, I went from a lot of pressure to having to make heats and made all the way to the final, and I'm so happy with my performance.
A lot has changed in the 5 years since you won here last time. Run us through your journey.
Oh my. As I said before, this wave is so tricky, so hard to find your pace, you know, and when I got here, I was like, man, it doesn't feel like I won here before, you know, it's so hard to find the momentum and find a good board for here, and I tried like 6 boards and none of them felt right, and this was like the last board of my quiver, and it felt amazing, so.
What's the song? What are they singing?
Com muito orgulho, com muito amor.
What's the song, Sammy? What's everyone singing?
I'm a proud Brazilian. I'm a proud Brazilian. This is it, huh? This is the real thing, huh?
All right, we might just throw it back to the studio. Congratulations, Sammy Pupo!
What a moment for Samuel Pupo and for the squad from Brazil in full voice here again at Ribeira Dillas. David Silva got it done last year. Samuel Pupo chaired up the beach there by David and his brother Miguel. And what an incredible event. Another chapter in the books here at Ribeira.
Yeah, it looks no fun winning a competition, does it? It looks no fun at all. Yeah, what an incredible feeling to do that, to surf to your potential, to qualify, and then to have all that energy and all that support all bundled up into that little moment there. He will never forget that in his life. I won't forget it either. It was brilliant to watch.
All right, so we've wrapped up a really fun event here. Two champions crowned, Sally Fitz and Samuel Pupo. We're not done, though, with the action here. We've got the awards ceremony coming up. Also, the Estrella Galicia post-show. We're going to break down all the big talking points. Look at those rankings as well. Join us for the post-show right here from Portugal, right after this.
Welcome back to the Australia Galicia post-show. We have finished off an incredible event. We've had some big winners. Samuel Pupo just taking out Callum Robson in the men's. We saw the veteran Sally Fitzgibbon taking out the 13-year-old Tia Zabrowski in the women's. Benzie, you've been down there amongst it, mate. That last event down there with the Brazilians singing, chanting. What was it like being a part of that throng?
It was crazy. It was awesome. Such a, these are the moments we love about these kind of events. It was bit wild seeing an empty beach just then, because it feels like 30 seconds ago I was in the rugby scrum of people going absolutely crazy. Chico, you were telling me that was was it a Brazilian or a Portuguese kind of chant that all the guys were getting into behind the interview that I did with Sammy. The Pupos, you got to love them. They've been awesome all week supporting each other. The whole Brazilian contingent's been fantastic, and what a high note to finish on.
Yeah, absolutely. We love the Pupos. They bring so much energy, so much good surfing. And I'll tell you what, they're clogging up that bracket as well, the top of them. We've got Sammy Pupo. He's gone up to the top of the rankings now, courtesy of this win. And on the Challenger Series rankings, the top 10 are those surfers that do go through to the CT. And here we go. That's how it panned out. And you look at Sammy, he's beat Robson, Aleo Moniz, Grosjean. So he hasn't had an easy run, Chico. And every time, he's just been too good. He's never really been boxed in. He's just been the form surfer the whole event.
Yes, he is. And I feel like the turning point is that heat against RD. That fourth heat of the quarterfinals, we kind of expect that the one that wins that heat was going to win the event, just because that matchup was so intense and with so many high scores. So if you win that heat, your confidence is going to be through the roof.
Well, you say that, but so often you see someone put together an incredible performance and then there's the letdown and they can't continue to back it up. That heat was unbelievable, especially on the back of the heat in front, which was terrible. And yeah, Sammy Pupo just hasn't missed a beat. He's taken the confidence from that and just kept it rolling today, winning here for the second time.
Yeah, he's been on a roll. Let's go through his path to the final. It wasn't easy. He had some moments, but tell you what, every time he was asked a question, he answered it too good. He was here. He's calm. He's considered early on in the road to final. This stuff, Chico, that first turn he's had the whole event, and the click off the back has been a part of his, a trademark of his win.
I felt like he was really sharp throughout the whole event. Just the angles of the turns he was doing was always on the pace of the wave, Nothing was on miss there, and you can expect Samuel to do well every time he catches waves and he has opportunities, because he's that good, Like, as I said before, I think he just deserves to be on tour, and the CS is not really for him just to qualify, but like every time he comes back, he just wins events and he does almost 18-point total each. So Samuel is just that good.
And Benzie, we thought he just had to get to the quarterfinals to make the CT. He did that. We questioned his motivation in terms of after that. Has he got what it takes to keep turning up? Well, he answered it today, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you see it a lot. Sally did the same on the women's side, qualified and then won the event. Often at the highest level, someone wins a world title in the early rounds, or used to in the old days, and then goes on to win the contest as well. So, you can't beat that momentum, that impetus, the confidence that comes with racking up the big wins. And Sam Pupo just really did not put a foot wrong from start to finish.
Yeah, exactly. And what do you think he's going to do well next year, Chico, on the CT? He's made it. What type of ways, think he can perform? If he's doing this in Ribeira, where else is he going to do well, do you think, in 2025?
Well, I think if you think about the Gold Coast, I think that's
all I think about.
Yeah, it's all I think about as well. I think he can start there with the right foot and really avoid being in trouble on the cut line afterwards. So I think it's a good starting point for Samuel, somewhere it's where he's been happy before. He did really well on the CS there as well this year. And I just think he's going to start on the right foot, right?
And you imagine, Benzie, probably from about 2 o'clock today, he'll be thinking about Hawaii, thinking about the CT, getting ready. They'll be training. It's all go. I know they go to Brazil first, but he'll just be focused on being 100% ready for that start of that year, next year.
Absolutely. I mean, he's won here twice, and he's still saying it's a tricky read. He's still studying it. He's trying to learn. So he's never going to take anything for granted, and this was just magic. Being down, it's a pretty grey, dreary day, and yet the spirits were through the roof on the sand. This is the result of the final with Callum Robson just coming up short. But Miguel, he just had that impetus from the start.
Yeah, 14.5, couple of sevens off the bat, never looked back. Callum Robson just couldn't get into it.
and that came just after a performance from Sally Fitzgibbon in the women's, where she was up against a 13-year-old, Tia Zabrowski. In itself, that is an incredible story, but Sally, she just came out firing, and she was really punchy in a posted interview with you. She was like, these young girls, some of them wouldn't even like look them in the eye. I wanted to show them. It was just great to see her fire it up.
Yeah, I was trying to ask her about, the respect that the younger generation show for her, because it might have been off camera, but the young Aussie ladies who were getting around Sally on the beach after she came in, some of them are 10, 15 years younger, and they grew up idolising this lady on screen. She's an incredibly impressive performer. She was on the championship tour before Tia Zabrowski was born, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, well, this is her road to the final, Chico, and today, she just, as ever, she was so calm, got the lead, and then got the excellent score when, had to push it when she needed to.
Yeah, that goes to show the experience she has. She really likes to get that fire going. She knows she's a bit older than the others, but she takes that into an advantage, and on a positive way. She doesn't see things negatively, and I think that's a big point of difference for Sally's career right now. Because sometimes you tend to get a bit older and you're just like, oh, okay, I kind of don't have my space over here. There's a lot of kids smashing it, but Sally says, no, I keep focused, I keep training, and I keep winning events.
Well, Sally's 32. She'd be looking at Kelly Slater and saying, he's 50 and still staying around. I've got another 18 years in front of me.
She's only halfway through.
Yeah, she wants to compete against Tia Zabrowski's kids in 30 years.
Look, she's obviously always worked so hard on nutrition and a body and a training. So physically, she's as good as ever. Mentally, you can see where she's at. And turns like that, she can mix it with the best. So she'll now go to the CT and just, try and put that last year behind her in terms of missing the cut. She's back on form. She's back in focus. And she'll be dangerous as ever when that starts off in the end. Look at the smiles. Look what it means to a Chico. Like, as you say, she's been around so long, but this feeling, she's still chasing it.
Yeah, she's still chasing it because the winning feeling is something you never forget, and it always seems like it's a flash. When you win something, it's like a flash that you can't really remember, because it feels like a few seconds of high adrenaline, and you see things in slow-mo when that happens. And I feel like when you get that winning feeling, you want to have it again once again in your life, because it's hard to match that energy.
Yeah. And what a final it was. I mean, the numbers there. Fitzgibbon's 13.6 to Zabrowski. There was one last wave in the final where we thought Tia, she pushed it, she got some turns at the back, and she went for an air, and that could have been a game changer. It was still really close up until that final thing. But we should talk about Tia Zabrowski, a final in a first ever Challenge Series event. This is the bracket that we saw what she did, and Tia overcome Isabel Nichols, the CT surfer, who's also qualified. Kira Pinkerton, another great surfer, got through her, and then just fell short against Fitzgibbons. But I tell you what, we just can't sort of over-emphasise what future she has, Binzi.
Yeah, she's 13, but she surfed a long way beyond her years. She was powerful through her turn. She was throwing up big airs and just surfing fearlessly. She never was overawed by the situation. Looked like there was no pressure at all, and there was no pressure. There was absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain, and she has gained a bucket load this week.
And she says she's hungry for more. She goes, that experience, that hasn't dented her. She's like, yeah, I'm hungry. I want to win. That's all I want to do. And she said she's going on the Challenger Series next year. She's qualified. We're going to see a lot more of her in 2025.
Yeah, hopefully she can stay on tour. I think Sally deserves that, and Tia, what a standout performance from her. I feel like we're going to see on tour really soon as well.
Okay, well, those athletes I've been talking about, they're down on the podium. They're with Paul Evans. I'm going to let you take it away, Paul. It's all yours, mate.
Thank you, Ben. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the prize giving for the EDP Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella, Galicia. It's been a challenging week here. We've had a bit of weather, fog. We've had plenty of waves throughout. We expect that here. It's such a great venue for competition. But it's been challenging for all of our competitors, for you guys. Thanks for everyone coming down to support it. And we're going to crown some very worthy champions here. A bit of weather coming in as well, but the action didn't disappoint today out in the water. Before we get into it, some thank yous. We need to thank EDP and Estrella Galicia, our presenting partners for the event. And I'd also like to welcome to the stage from Mafra City Council, Pedro Silva Carmo, and from EDP, Monica Marks. Please come to the stage. Welcome, guys. We're going to be handing over our trophies to our champions. Big thanks to our other partners, Tourism Portugal, to Mafra City Council, Mayo, Millennium Bank, Hertz, You and the Sea. And a big thank you to the local surf community here once again in Ericeira for lending us the surf spot. And thanks to all you guys for your support. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Well, came back for finals day today. There was always going to be a bit of energy, a bit of wind coming, and we knew performances were going to be big as well. So for our first prize today, our first trophy will be handed over to someone who's been a quiet achiever throughout the week here. He's been going out smashing his heats. There's a lot of power out there in this wave. He matched it with power of his own. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your men's runner-up from Australia, Callum Robson. Cal, quick word to you, mate. You've had a bit of a challenging year. You got injured early in the season. You haven't been able to do all the events. How good is it to go all the way for a final here?
Yeah, no, definitely, especially missing out on the last event in the US and being able to come here and just get back to hanging with mates and enjoying competing. It was a really good, fun week, and stoked to come away with a second. If you told me at the start of the week I would have come runner-up, I would have been pretty stoked. Obviously, right now, would have loved the win, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with the runner-up and heading into Brazil in a better position than I came into here with.
Yeah, you're in a better position, mate. You're up to 11th, so you've jumped up the rankings just outside that top 10. You must be feeling pretty confident about a big result over there.
Yeah, well, coming in here, I wasn't thinking about anything at all except for just trying to surf some heats and have a bit of fun. But obviously now that's a legit possibility, so it's going to be exciting heading to Brazil in a spot to qualify.
Callum Robson, ladies and gents. All right, next up, well, it's been an incredible summer for one young surfer. I say young because she's just 13 years old, a sensation of European and global surfing. Expect to see her on podiums many times in the future. Please make some noise for your women's runner-up, Tia Zabrowski. Tia, a couple of words with you. Your first Challenger Series event. Your first Challenger Series event all the way to a final. How good does that feel?
It feels so good. I want to say thank you everyone to support all of us all the week. And thank you Blue Star and my sponsor to make the opportunity to do this contest. It's such an honor to surf with all of the best in the world. And yeah, I hope I do as good as I did this week and next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at an absolute sensational young surfer there, Tia Zabrowski, your runner-up for the women. All right, let's crown some champions here. Well, first of all, it's someone who's had success here with a win a couple of years ago. He's been unbelievable on the Challenger Series. This is his third win in the last couple of seasons. He was electric here all week. One heat in particular, throwing absolutely crazy numbers. He was brilliant in the final again. From Brazil, your champion for the men, Samuel Pupo. Well done, mate.
Wow, thank you so much. Obrigado a todo mundo que está aí na praia, todos os portugueses, todos os brasileiros. Torcida incrível, cara. Foi uma semana incrível para mim, assistindo o Alejo voltar para o CT depois de tanto tempo. E um resultado muito importante para o meu irmão também. O Edgar também foi muito bem, então foi um ótimo evento para os brasileiros. E só agradecer a todos os locais por nos receberem tão bem. E esse lugar é muito especial pra gente, então obrigado mesmo.
One more from me, mate. Heading over to Saquarema, to Brazil for the last event of the season. You got qualification done. You're heading to the CT next year. I guess that allows you just to relax, go out there and perform, represent your country.
Com certeza. O próximo evento em Saquarema, um lugar que eu também venci antes. E muito feliz de estar voltando para lá. É o público que eu mais gosto de surfar na frente. E espero conseguir botar outra boa performance para todo mundo que estiver assistindo. Esse é o que eu mais gosto de fazer, é dar um show para vocês. Então, infelizmente recebi mensagens difíceis ontem de próprios brasileiros me atacando depois da bateria das quartas, mas minha cabeça estava muito boa e feliz de conseguir zerar isso tudo na minha cabeça e performar do jeito que eu queria. E isso aqui é para vocês, né, para o Brasil.
Just a couple of quick words in English.
Thank you everyone that was watching, and this trophy is for my home and for my family and for everyone that I do this for. Yeah, thank you.
Muito parabéns, Samuel. All right, our last trophy to hand over here. Someone that every event she comes to, you know she's going to perform, you know she's going to bring absolutely everything. She's been entertaining us throughout. Brilliant, positive energy as well. Let's make some noise for your women's champion from Australia, Sally Fitzgibbons. Yes, Sal. Sally, you've been doing this for a while, you've been winning for a while. It looks like it still feels pretty good.
I'll start with hola todos, obrigado. This feels amazing. It was such a surprise to come onto the shore and know that I won. We couldn't hear much in the lineup, so just to see the Aussies coming down, rallying around us and doing the Ring of Fire, one of the most special things in my career. And over 20 years, you guys have embraced me and you've supported me ever since I was Tia's age of 13. So you have such a warm place in my heart, and I thank you so much. And thanks for being a part of this special moment with me.
You're going back to the CT next year. We've been talking about the push from the young surfers on that tour. Is that a challenge for you? Is that going to allow you to really show what you can do and get back there and perform at your very, very best at the highest level?
Oh, I don't mind what tour it is. I love surfing. I love showing up every single day, and it's thanks to my parents. My dad's up there, my mum's back home, and they brought me to the beach, and they sat on the beach in the rain like this every single day and let me play in the ocean. And so I don't care what tour I have to be on. I'm here to play and be inspired by this generation. So let's keep surfing and having fun.
All right, thanks, Sally. Make some noise for your women's champ, Sally Fitzgibbons, all of our finalists. Let's hear it once again for all of our finalists and our champions, the EDP Ericeira Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise, please. And we'll go back to the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Well done. And 4 very stoked surfers. Big crowds down there. So incredible to see those guys and their trophies. EDP, as ever, huge supporters of surfing in Portugal. And all those guys looking pretty happy. We've got 2 CT qualifiers there, 1 knocking on the door, and then 1 young lady who's probably going to get there in the future. So good times. Sally Fitzgibbons, you know, again, really great to see her on that stage and so stoked, and still thanking all the people that supported her. And as you said, she's qualified. She's gone up to the Challenger Series rankings. It's been a big week for that. We've had quite a few of the women's surfers qualified throughout this course of the event, but there still is some spots left open. We might check out those rankings right now and see if there's any more room to move. We see there, so Sally Fitzgibbons out in lead, Bella Kenworthy also through, Isabella Nichols now into 3rd place. But below that, it's still so tight. So Nadia Aristabe and Erin Brooks currently holding those positions, but look at those tight sort of positions down there, Chico. Luana Silva Fierro. With Brazil coming up, there's still, those 2 spots open. It's going to be a right battle for it, isn't it?
Yes, it will, and Saquarema is such a sketchy spot. You never know what's going to happen. You know, there's always underdogs doing well there, so you can expect some changes in the rankings.
Interesting, Erin Brooks, who's one of the superstars of the sport, won the CT as a wild card in Fiji, and yet now she'll be going to Brazil. She'll be nervous. She would have wanted to wrap it up here. Instead, she's going to be feeling the pump.
Yeah, so there's been 5 events so far. Sally with 2 wins, and then Bella, Isabella, and Erin have taken the rest. Sort of feels like Erin's very, very close to being there. Nadia Ericeira is well and truly under pressure, and basically anyone you see on that page with a win in Rio is going to shake things up.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight battle as we go down. Also, in the men's, obviously, there's 10 surfers that qualify for the CT based on the Challenger Series ratings. So it's a bit more opportunity. We've seen quite a few go through this week. The Brazilians predominantly have done really well. We saw Samuel Pipa. We mentioned Alea Muniz, of course, and Ian Gavia's already there. But the bracket here is a bit more of a shaking up. Callum Robson, for example, on the basis of his final today, he's probably been the big jump. He's just below this thing. Who else here can you see sort of holding on to their spot, Chico? That's top three, all covered off. But you reckon Miguel Pupos too? He's pretty in a good spot.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like you might be a bit stressed if you're Joel, Alan, Michael, Jackson. Those guys, they're right on the money, on the cusp to qualify, and with Brazil coming up and guys like Callum just making huge jumps on the rankings, they must be feeling. They must be coming in with a lot of confidence there. So,
yeah, and of course Joel Vaughan, Binzi, he's another big jumper up until 9th on the rankings. He was way down, so he got to semi-final. So yeah, he's one to watch as well.
Yeah, huge move for Joel. You look at Alan Cleland, he's got that 10,000 point win at the US Open and not much before that. So he's actually in a good position because he can very easily add to his total with a decent result in Rio. I think when we go to the next page, we'll see Mikey Madonna's a little bit the same as well.
Yeah, there's 7 spots still for grabs, so it's still all to play for, really, when they go to Brazil. They go there tonight, tomorrow. There's no rest. The event kicks off pretty soon, so that's what it's all up for grabs. CT places. But of that top 7, you know, do you think that those guys in the top 10 are the favourites, or any guys lurking below, Chico, that you got your eye on?
Well, I think on the CS, there's of course there's those names that you kind of know and expect they're going to come back on tour, but then there's a big list of other guys that are so talented that can win any event. So you can see a guy coming from the round of 80 and just cracking and winning the event.
Me a name, mate. I need a name, please. Come on, who you got?
Anyone, like
no names.
Frederic Moraes, for example. Okay. You can win Saquarema.
Benzie, what about you, mate? Who are you backing in Sacramento to get into that all-important top 10?
Well, anyone in the top 20 could, you know, pull one out and get up there. You know, an Aussie like Dylan Moffat is lurking, he's capable, he's surfed in CTs before. There's no reason why he can't do something in those punchier waves. Yeah, it's still wide open.
Okay, that's all to come. We're going to have a quick wrap at what's gone on this week. There's been top 5 moments from today, the finals day. We had the semis and the finals day, the men's and the women's. These are the top 5 moments. Starting off here, number 5, and it's that woman, Tia Zabrowski. Chico, we've talked about her a lot, but there's a reason for this, and it's surfing like this.
I feel like we are watching replays of her all week. She just destroyed Ribeiradilhas, and for the first Challenger event of Tia, I feel like she had done a lot of work, and I think she's on the mind of a lot of people. As we've got the moment 4 with Sally, and yep, Sally qualifies Bella and Isabella. So 3 big names back on tour, and what a great place to qualify, Vinci.
Yeah, and Bella Canworthy, a first-time debutante at the highest level. Saw a great post from Carissa Moore the other day. They've been close friends of the family for a long, long time. She's known Bella since she was born, so great to see the generations passing the flame.
Yeah, and these 3 qualifiers, Fitzgibbons, Canworthy, Nichols, they're going to Brazil. Probably pretty relaxed now. That flight will be a bit easier. They would be able to chill out a bit more. We had Bella in the booth, and she was on really good form. Just saying, you know, how hard she's worked, how difficult that cut is, and what it takes, and how she's just already firing up for the CT. She missed out on the CT being at Snapper, and she's going where. But this was a great story, Chris. Alea Muniz, 8 years off tour, qualified here, and she's meant a lot to him.
Yeah, and I see Sammy and Alejo both packaged up together in this, you know, highlight, but 2 completely different stories. Sam Pupo, the young gun, you know that he's got a long, long career out in front of him. Alejo Muniz, a forgotten man in world surfing. It's been 8 years since he was on the championship tour. He has been through the ringer with a wretched run of knee injuries, I think both knees, and yet his surfing looks electric. He's so strong, and looks like he's going to not just turn up on the championship tour next year, but definitely capable of taking some scalps and getting himself down to the business end of a few events.
And it felt like Chico, once Alejo qualified, that all the Brazilians were sort of just so stoked, and then Pupo also on the CT. So it was like a real Brazilian force. There was a really tight-knit group, and they've been on fire all week.
Yeah, I think they fired each other up. They pushed each other to up the level, and that's it. They're on fire, and this was number 2 moment of this event, of course. Sally, with huge turns like this, winning the event, and making sure Tia trains a bit more to actually catching up the veteran, right, Ben?
Yeah, well, that start that we talked about as Tia not even being born when Sally was on a rookie in the CT is a pretty remarkable one. And she didn't give her any quarter, she didn't let up, and just too experienced, too strong, Chris, in the end.
Yeah, strong chance if you're out for dinner in Ericeira tonight, you might see Sally somewhere still in the Rashi, because she loves hanging on to these moments and celebrating them. And then another man who's going to be celebrating today, obviously Sam Pupo. It's been an incredible week for the Pupo clan. Miguel, the older brother, you know, just an inch away from sealing the deal, but you imagine he'll do so in Rio. But all about this man, Sam, winning for the 2nd time here in Ribeira, winning for the 3rd time on the Challenger Series in the last 2 seasons. And he's just shown time and again at the business end of events, he's a nice man.
Yeah, and absolutely. And we see that wrapping up, and that's the number 1 moment, Samuel Pupo winning, and the Brazilian gathering around him, all smiles, all singing, all dancing, all joy. And you know what? He's done it so well. It hasn't been an easy event, let's be honest. We've had to overcome all sorts of obstacles weather-wise. We've always had swell. We've had fog, didn't we? So, you know, the guys, Miguel Felteres and Travis Logie, picking the eyes out of this event. It hasn't been easy, but we got there in the end, right?
Yeah, it's done. And I think it was actually one of the best events we had on the last 10 years in terms of waves. We got consistent waves, and the swell direction was perfect. And we saw a lot of excellent numbers. So I'm really excited to see a couple of heats again, actually. So great moments.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it's a big team here. I'd like to thank all the people that go into this, you know, from the catering staff all the way up to the judges, to the TV broadcast team, to the commentators. It's been a massive team effort, so I'd like to thank all those people that put in so much hard work and effort and help us come here and have such a great time. The next stop is in Brazil. October 12th, the Corona Saquarema Pro, so it doesn't stop. The Challenger Series is the only surfing show in town right now, and Brazil is coming your way, so make sure you do that. We're going to pop an Estrella Galicia beer, toast our good fortune. We're going to show you the highlights. Come back next year. We thank you for your support, the surf fans. We couldn't do it without you. We really appreciate your support. We're going to say goodbye. Thanks, Chico. Thanks, Binzi.
Thanks, boys.
See you next year.
See you next year.
Salut.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.